Hello everyone, hello, good morning, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome back to PW NEET English. Hi everyone, hi Surya, hi Prem, hi Anshu, hi Henry. Good morning friends. How are you? Quickly let me know in the chat box. I'm all fine, thank you. Thank you Anshu. Good morning Subhashini. Hopefully everything is clear. I mean my sound, my video, everything's clear. Good morning. All right. Great दोस्तों, great. Yeah, I can get younger by just cutting my beard. That's the trick. Chalo, a very good morning again. Friends, today as you can see, we are going to discuss the top concepts of class 11th, right? And I have not simply written it for the purpose of clickbait that we are going to confirm 100 plus marks from this marathon series. We are going to have 4 marathon. I'm going to lay down the plan for these marathon classes. Before that, I'm going to lay down the plan for today's class, for whom it is going to be beneficial, how you can improve your preparation in these last 20 days, right? So we are going to talk about all of these things. If you have got some problem in chemistry, tomorrow Prithviraj sir is going to come, right, with chemistry. Today let's fix physics mechanics part. All right, let's start. All I want, one thing from you is to stick to the session and ask your doubt from these important topics in the chat box. I'll make sure that I'll clear your doubts, right? So first of all, let me tell you what we are going to do in today's class, right? So first, let's discuss the master plan for today's class. That is 14th April 2026. Our target is to minimum secure 100 plus marks without doing much of an effort. After 100 plus marks, what you need to do to increase your marks from 100 to 130, 140, 150 and above 150, surely I am going to let you know that as well, right? But first of all, let's quickly cover these 100 plus marks, right? So today, my dear friends, first of all, let me tell you the topics that we are going to cover, right? Let me tell you the topics. So first, we are going to cover units and dimension. Units and dimension. In this, of course, we are going to talk about errors and measurement. So entire chapter, I'm not writing the entire name, units and measurement, right? Then, my dear friends, we are going to talk about one-dimensional motion. We are going to talk about two-dimensional motion, that means motion in a plane. We are going to discuss Newton laws of motion. We are going to discuss work, power, energy, and we are going to discuss center of mass, and the last topic is going to be rotational motion. At the very start, let me also make a promise to you that in this session, I am not going to waste a single second of your time. Wherever we are going to get a derivation, wherever we are going to get a topic which I believe is not at all important, I am going to let you know. I'm going to say ki let's skip this topic, let's only move to most important topics. But mind you, along with those most important topics, I'm going to cover 90% of all the topics from these chapters. That is my expertise, right? I'm expert in that, how to cherry pick certain topics so that we can cover the 90% of the syllabus using a very short amount of time. All right, so we are going to complete these things today, but what we are going to do today, that is the most important part. This is the mechanics portion of your class 11th, the portion in which most of you face difficulty. Most of you think that we need to invest a hell lot of time to get marks out of these chapters. So today, along with completing these chapters, I'll also share the strategy for last 20 whatever number of days we have got till NEET 2026. I'm going to share the strategy ki how to tackle mechanics in this session. That is the most important part, right? I know that you don't have got many problems in modern physics, you don't have many problems in electromagnetism, but you have got some problem in Newton laws of motion, you have got some problem in work per energy, and because of that we are going to use mechanics in every other chapter. That's what we have seen in NEET 2025, right? So even if I am solving a question from gravitation, I am solving a question from magnetism, I might need work power energy concept, I might need work energy theorem, right? So these, we cannot actually survive without learning work power energy, we cannot survive without learning Newton laws of motion. So my today's class motive is to first secure these many chapters, plus to revise, to sharpen, to strengthen your basic concepts of physics again in these last days, right? Again, a very, very good morning to all of you. All right, will this be from basic? Yes, but I am not going to waste time in derivation part, I am not going to waste time in simple things. Wherever formula is important, I am going to straight away say that remember the formula, but we are going to solve some good questions of JEE mains also. Let's start. Now, what are we going to do with these chapters? That is the most important part. I'll just take 2 minutes of your time, and then duration is going to be from 11 AM to probably we'll stretch it to 11 PM. In the meanwhile, I'll give you some time, I'll give you some breaks. In those breaks, refresh yourself, come back, and let's fix mechanics today. Dosto, we are going to talk about the most important topics, but as I have told you, this is going to cover 90% of your mechanics. That is my guarantee. And after this class, you can also write down in the comment section if we have done this or not. Plus, we are going to solve some questions on these important topics. Then after today's class, we are going to keep one more class in which we are going to discuss only MCQs. Only MCQs, right? Nothing else but MCQ. That class will be held in this week only. You are going to get the timing and the schedule of that class later today. Okay? Alright. So no worries about that. So today we are going to first talk about the most important topics. We are going to discuss the theoretical portion. Along with that, of course, there is no meaning in physics if we are going to only discuss theoretical portion. Surely we are going to discuss questions also, and then after today, we are going to keep one more class in which we are going to only talk about questions, nothing else, only questions. But before that, let me give you a quick revision of the entire mechanics. Chalo, enough said, that's all the lecture I had for you before the class. Now let's start with the units and dimension. First of all, someone is saying sir downfall chal raha hai, 10th mein 95, 11th mein 70. See, let's focus on NEET 2026. You have got these many days. Let's work on each of these days. That's why we have come up with this series, right? I think we can do it. Definitely we can do it. Chalo, let's start. Dosto, first of all, when I'm going to talk about units and dimension, units and dimension, Very, very, very important chapter. Expect 3 questions from it. So in the next 1.5 hour, I am going to guarantee you these 3 questions. In NEET 2026, these 3 questions are confirmed from units and dimension, and I'll let you know how. Dekho, we are going to talk about in units and dimension. I've got some basic things already over here. First of all, dosto, in units and dimension, the basic things are fundamental quantities. Everybody knows there are 7 fundamental quantities. We don't have to waste a lot of time in these. Just remember luminous intensity, amount of substance, and electric current. Okay? Acha, after this, supplementary units are angle and solid angle, right? Angle, there is unit of angle. Angle and solid angle are dimensionless, but they have got unit, है ना? Radian, degree, these are units. So they have got units. The SI unit of angle is radian. For solid angle, it is steradian, right? We can define some physical quantities in SI unit, in CGS unit, like for example as force and work, that I am going to discuss in detail in the following chapter. After this, my dear friends, okay, you can, after hopefully everything is clear from this first slide, I am not going to waste a lot of time over here. This is the most important thing, most important thing. I guarantee you, after NEET 2026, come back to this video, you are going to find at least one question from this single slide, at least one question, right? These are some of the most important dimensional formula that I want you to remember these and have on your fingertips. Okay? These are force, work, energy and torque. Work, energy and torque have same dimensional formula. Pressure and stress have same dimensional formula, as well as Young's modulus have same dimensional formula, right? Please remember dosto, whether we are going to talk about pressure is force upon area, right? Young's modulus is stress upon strain. Strain is, my dear friends, stress is again force upon area, and strain is change in length upon original length. So this is again dimensionless. So this thing is dimensionless. This has the unit of Newton per meter square. That means Young's modulus will also have the dimensions of Newton per meter square. That means pressure, Young's modulus and stress all have same dimension, right? Clear? And that is m1, L minus 1, T minus 2, right? Let's be a little quick, my dear friends. Then gravitational constant, very important. How you are going to find out the dimensional formula for gravitational constant? Using this formula, G m1 m2 upon r square. But I don't want you to waste your precious time in final NEET exam. I want you to remember these things. Okay? Do this. I mean, in every 3 or 4 days, have a list in which you have got things which needs to be memorized. In every couple of days, you must go back to that list. Just look at it. Don't sit with that list for hours and hours. For every day, for 15 minutes, just look at the list, and then do the mental revision. That's how you are going to memorize these things in the last 20 days, and it will work, right? It will work. Don't worry, ki, sir, we have got lots of things to work, lots of things to memorize. In the last 4 days, na, you're going to say to yourself, ki, if I'll get 10 more days, I'll crack it. Got it? So right now we have got even more days than that. That's what every time that's what happens, right? Even in my case also, when I was in school or I was in college, at the last night I used to think, if I have got one more day, if I have got one more week, I would be the rank 1 in my class. Okay? So chalo. Next one is, my dear friends, Planck's constant. For Planck's constant, please remember, we are going to use the formula E is equals to h into frequency, h into nu, or hc by lambda. You can also use hc by lambda, where E is energy, h is Planck's constant, c is speed of light. You don't have to worry about it. Okay? Lambda is wavelength. So please remember it. For for Planck's constant, the most important, देखो these are important dimensional formula, but amongst these the more important are permittivity of free space and absolute permeability of free space. These are very important. Got it? Right? And the last one is gas constant. So how many we have got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 very important dimensional formulas for you. After this, some more dimensional formulas that we can derive, like for example as coefficient of viscosity. Dekho, let's suppose that God forbid you were not able to memorize, you were not able to recollect the dimensional formula for these things, then definitely what you are going to use is, you are going to use the formula, and that is F equals to 6 pi eta r into V. This eta is coefficient of viscosity. That means eta can be written as force divided by 6 pi r into V. Dosto, 6 pi is number, it is dimensionless, right? R is radius, V is velocity, F is force. You can write down the dimensions of each of these quantities, I believe, and you can get to the coefficient of viscosity. Got it? So let's suppose that if you have got any problem in recollecting the dimensional formula of, let's suppose, coefficient of viscosity or some other thing, please quickly derive it. Don't worry, quickly derive it, don't take chance. Okay? Chalo, let's come back. Then you have got Stephens-Boltzmann's constant, right? Stephens-Boltzmann, you can see the formula for Stephens-Boltzmann constant. This is dq by dt, that is Q is energy, dosto. Q is energy, that means dq by dt will be in watt. Energy per unit time is power, watt. Okay? Similarly, wherever you are going to hear the word gradient, wherever you are going to hear the word gradient, right? Gradient basically means in the denominator we have got something like dr or dx. Now if you have got velocity gradient, dv by dr. If you have got potential gradient, dv by dr. If you have got pressure gradient, then dp by dr. है ना? Got it? So this is how you are going to save your time. Gradient basically means in the denominator we'll have a dimension of length. In the denominator we will have a dimension of length, and in the numerator whatever prefix they are saying, velocity gradient, in the numerator we'll have velocity divided by dimension of length. Got it? So this is how you are going to find out dv by dx, right? And velocity gradient is also dv by dx, so don't get worried by v, right? Next very important thing, देखो, if from this one slide expect at least one question. ठीक है? Dimensionless quantities, all the angle and solid angle are dimensionless. Bhai, their angles are basically arc length divided by radius, है ना? So that is dimensionless. Length divided by length. Solid angle is also dimensionless. All the trigonometric ratios are dimensionless, my dear friends. All the trigonometric ratios are dimensionless. This is a very important point. That means this sine theta, this whole thing is going to be dimensionless. Got it? Because we know sine theta can be written as perpendicular upon hypotenuse. This is also length, this is also length. Sine theta will be dimensionless. Got it? Acha, inside this theta, this is also dimensionless. This is also dimensionless. Acha, let me tell you one thing, hai na? Let me tell you one question that they have asked in JEE mains also. They can write something like this: cos k into t. What is the dimension of k? They'll say what is the dimension of k. So we are going to simply say ki bhai, this kt is an angle, this is dimensionless. So if this is dimensionless, that means k must cancel the dimension of t. K must cancel the dimension of t. That means we know this is time, so this should be 1 upon time. That's it, right? That's how you are going to cancel out the dimensions, right? So this will cancel out the dimension of this, and that's how the product will become dimensionless. x in e raised to the power x is dimensionless. दोस्तों e raised to the power x, that means exponential function. Again, one of the very basic thing that you are going to use it quite often, and that is e raised to the power something. दोस्तों e raised to the power something, e raised to the power something is a number. It is a number, my dear friends, right? E raised to the power something is actually a number. So this is also dimensionless. So please remember, if you have got something like e raised to the power t upon k, then this has to be dimensionless. This has to be dimensionless. And whenever you are seeing dimensionless quantities, that means k must cancel out the dimension of this t, and t is time, so k will be also time. Got it? If let's suppose you have got e raised to the power a plus b, then दोस्तों a is also dimensionless, b is also dimensionless. Confirm, right? Don't say ki sir a plus b, a is going to cancel out the dimension of b. Now we are not going to do that, because over here we have got addition. Can you please write down in the chat box if everything's clear? Yes, today we are going to solve quotients also. Today we are going to solve quotients also, but before that let me clear the concepts of physics for you, right, of mechanics. Then after some time we are going to definitely solve quotients in today's class. After today's class I'll keep one class in which I'll only solve quotients. Dekho, let me just take 1 minute and explain something to you. We are planning four of these classes for you, 2 for 11th, 2 for 12th, right? And after that we are going to keep one class in which we are going to only talk about objective questions, right? All right, chalo. Great. Chalo. Let's start. Refractive index, dielectric constant, and ratio of similar quantity. What is refractive index? Speed of light in medium to speed of light in air by speed divided by speed. That means it is dimensionless. Dielectric constant is also a ratio of forces, right, in two mediums. It is also dimensionless, no doubt about it. I think now we can move on. See, now let's talk about principle of homogeneity, from where again you are going to get a question, because that's what NTA has been doing for now. Very important. 4 star. ठीक है, 4 star. दोस्तों, my dear friends, in principle of homogeneity, what we are going to do is, let's suppose if you have got a function, which is written something like this: a plus b plus cd. Just remember one thing. Have you ever heard a phrase in English that compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges? So just remember that. Class duration will be by till we complete rotational motion, and definitely we will complete it in 12 hours. But don't worry about the duration, just stick with me. Have you ever heard about compare apples with apples? That's what I'm saying. Add apples with apples. That means whatever dimension of A, whatever dimension A has, B will also have the same dimension. C and D, the product of C and D will also have the same dimension. Not C, not D, but C and D will have the same dimension, right? So A, dimension of A is equals to dimension of B is equals to dimension of C and D. All right. Abhi dekho, you will say ki sir, all of these things are theoretically, these are very simple. Let's move to some questions. So I accept your point. Let's move to some questions. Let's solve this particular problem. Here they are saying a force F is given by F equals to AT plus BT square. That means F is force. My dear friends, F is force. That means A multiplied by T should also have the dimensions of force. This should also have the dimensions of force. My dear friends, not A, not T, but the product of these two should have the dimensions of force, plus BT square. BT square should have the dimensions of force. Alright. Now of course T is time. That means A will have the dimensions of force divided by time. Force divided by time. and that will be, force is, my dear friends, mass into acceleration. So mass acceleration is LT minus 2 divided by T, that means M1 L1 T minus 3. Similarly, B will have the dimension of force divided by T square, that means M1 L1 T minus 2 divided by T square, that means M1 L1 T minus 4. I'll give pole also. I'll give pole also. Please see, dosto, my dear friends, be quick. Huh? You guys were, somebody was saying B is not correct, right? B is not correct. Yeah? After solving at least C. Okay. So C is correct. B is not correct. My dear friends, if you have any doubt, you are free to ask. Absolutely free to ask. Let's move to the next question. Okay. Abhi dekho, they have asked this problem. In this, they have said the equation of, we'll be a little quick, huh? We'll be a little quick because I have got a separate class for objective questions, so don't worry about it. The equation of a wave is given by this. The equation of a wave y is given by a sine omega x by v minus k. Right? Instead of writing this, my dear friends, can I write it like this? Omega times x by v minus omega times k. Now what they are saying? Please remember, all of these things are dimensionless. They are saying write down the dimensional formula of k. Bhai, my student already know the dimensional formula of k. We don't have a doubt in that. But over here you can see ki bhai, this is going to be also dimensionless and this will be also dimensionless. That means that k will have the same dimension as 1 upon omega. That means it will have the dimensions of omega is 2 pi by t, so it will have the dimensions of t, right? Chalo, let's quickly move on. Electric field in a certain region is given by this. Now this question has been asked in JEE Mains 2023. This is the expression of an electric field. The SI unit of A and B will be, first of all, find out the SI unit of electric field. SI unit of electric field will be Newton per Coulomb. That means SI unit of A upon x square should also be Newton per Coulomb. That means A will have the unit of Newton per Coulomb into meter square, because I believe x is actually in meter, right? So Newton per Coulomb into meter square. Similarly, B upon y cube will have the dimensions of, will have the unit as Newton per Coulomb. That means B will have the unit as Newton per Coulomb and into meter cube. So this is the answer for B, this is the answer for A. Is that correct? Right? Chalo. Hopefully everything is clear in this problem also, right? Let's move ahead without wasting any time. Chalo, if you guys want to solve it, fine, I'll give poll. Let's start this problem. Be quick, huh? I want you to be a little quick. 90 seconds or 60 seconds, let's start. The equation of state of a real gas is given by P plus A upon V square, and this is, I believe, bracket V minus B equals to RT, and the dimensions of A upon B square is similar to that of. Let's start. Be quick. If you have got any doubt, right, please ask me in the chat box. I'll definitely answer it. Good. Thank you, Anshu. Let's quickly do it, my dear friends. ठीक है, अभी let's find out p plus a upon v square, right? And then we have got v minus b, and then we have got r into t. All right, let's see how we are going to do it. We know this is pressure, this one is pressure, right? A very simple logic. If you are adding something to pressure, if you are adding something to pressure, that means this is also pressure. As I have told you, we are going to only add orange with an orange and apple with an apple. So if this is pressure and you are adding something to pressure, that makes this something as pressure, right? That means A upon V square will have this unit of pressure. That means A will have the unit of pressure into V square. We don't intend to solve this after this step. Fine. Next is you are subtracting B from volume. This is volume. Definitely this is volume. Definitely this is volume. That makes this also volume. That makes this also volume. That means B is volume. Now they are saying let's find out A upon B square. So A upon B square will have the unit of, A has the unit of PV square, B has the unit of V, that makes it B square as V square, and this one will be P, that is option B. And kudos to you guys, and that is why I am saying very good. That is why I am saying if you have got a trouble in physics, complete units and dimension, modern physics. In modern physics, I want you to complete from dual nature till semiconductor. This will motivate you, this will boost your confidence. After this, start chapters like chapters from electromagnetism, electrostatics, current, electricity, EMI, AC, EM waves. Don't forget EM waves. Okay? If you will do all of these chapters, you will have a solid base. A solid base of 100 plus marks. And after that, I am here for you for your mechanics part. ठीक है, चलो let's start. Let's continue. Let's solve one more problem, something like this. ठीक है, let's solve one more problem, something like this. In this, they are saying this is also from JEE mains. It is definitely possible. It is definitely possible to crack NEET in these last few days. Definitely, all you need to do is you need to move in the correct direction. Without doubting yourself, check yourself by giving mock exam that I am going to discuss later in today's class, but the short answer is it is possible. Okay, right? Next is, if the velocity of light c, universal gravitational constant g, Planck's constant h. See, this is why I was saying I want you to remember all of these things, like for example as dimensional formula of universal gravitational constant, dimensional formula of Planck's constant, and for dimensional formula of speed of light does not require any effort, right? I want you to remember these things, correct? Well, good. If you know these answer, very good. These are the dimensional formula of these three physical quantities. They are saying if velocity of light, Planck constant are chosen and the dimensions of mass in the given system will be. This basically means they are saying that mass will be directly proportional to speed of light, let's say raised to the power x, then g raised to the power y, and then h raised to the power z. Let me just take 2 minutes to explain this. Okay? Explain this and then I'll move on. I'll quickly move on. Don't worry. देखो, dimensional formula of mass is m1. There is no length, no time. Dimensional formula of speed of light is Lt minus 1 whole raised to the power x. Dimensional formula of gravitational constant, please remember it. ठीक है, m minus 1 L3 T minus 2. raised to the power y, and then h is m1 L2 t minus 1 raised to the power z. Alright. Now in the next step, let's write each term separately. For example, as m can be written as minus 1 times y minus y, 1 times z is z. After this, let's write length x plus 3y plus 2z. Last is time. Let's write minus x minus 2y minus z. This is the last step. After this, simply compare the left hand side and the right hand side. The easiest thing is, see, we don't have any time, okay? We don't have any length. Mass, this thing can be compared with this power, that means minus y plus z is equals to 1, x plus 3y plus 2z is equals to 0, and minus x minus 2y minus z is equals to 0. You have got 3 equations, 3 unknown. I think after this we can solve it. Quickly let me know in the chat box if everything's clear, right? Please expect one question like this in NEET 2026. They have asked similar question in NEET 2025 also, right? We are going to solve PYQs in a separate class. Don't worry about questions. Let's first fix our concepts. Then you can practice some questions on your own for 1 or 2 days, and then after 1 or 2 days I'll come back with another session of only practice. Sorted? Everything's clear, right? Be quick. Chalo. That's all. Let's move to the topic of errors. Let's move to the topics of errors. Errors in measurement, right? Again, this is important. Again, this is very, very, very important. Errors in measurement, and usually they ask a typical type of a problem, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time, but also we are not going to completely skip the errors topic. They can ask something about the definition of a random error. Okay, NTA can be random and full of errors. Okay, so they can ask something about the definitions of errors. So let's start quickly. Errors in measurement basically means, let's suppose that I am denoting E with error. So this basically means the measured value minus the true value. This is the error. This is the error. Measured minus true or actual, right? Measured minus actual. Measured value minus actual value. Now what really happens is, let me tell you, let's also discuss the types of error for a moment. There are basically 2 types of errors. Abhi, whatever I am explaining to you, just remember this. This is more than sufficient for you in errors. Okay? Don't go for different books in this last hour. There are 2 errors. First one is random errors. You can remember it. You can relate it with our great testing agency, right? Random errors, and then we have got systematic errors, right? As the name suggests, random errors are random. Their direction is not defined. Sometimes you might get your measured value as greater than the actual value, that is true value, or sometimes less than the true value. Got it? It is random. In systematic errors, you have got instrumental error. That means if instrument has got some particular type of an error that we are going to learn under 0 errors, right? It could be procedural. That means that the person who is conducting an experiment performs some mistake, right? And then it could be personal, right? So let's move to these definitions. Very quick definition, just remember it. Please take class 12th. Definitely I'll take class 12th also. Let's first complete mechanics. Okay, let's quickly complete mechanics today, then I will also take class 12th. Don't worry about it. Types of systematic errors are instrumental, experimental and personal. Personal are due to any bias, lack of proper setting of apparatus or individual's carelessness in taking observations. Experimental due to flawed experimental procedural inaccuracies are generated due to imperfect design or calibration of the measuring instrument. Okay, these are very basic terms, but just remember it. Don't assume here NTA has been asking about numerical, so they will ask about numerical in 2026 also. As I have told you, NTA is also random, right? Definitely we'll give our focus to numericals, but they can ask something from here as well. You know it better than me. Errors which occur due to unknown or unpredictable changes in experiment are known as random errors. Definition makes sense, right? And reason is random and unpredictable fluctuations in experimental conditions, personal unbiased errors by the observer taking readings. This, the personal, in the thing that we have written over personal is unbiased, right? It is not biased. That means the person has not a certain concept in his head ki okay, the experiment should be done in this way. If it is that, then it will be personal biased error. That's it dosto, nothing more is needed after this. Next is absolute error. Alright, chalo, let's start. Absolute error. Let's suppose dosto, my dear friends, I have got a rod over here. This is a rod, है ना? Just give your focus to me as you are doing till now. I have got a rod over here and I want to measure the length of this rod. I want to measure the length of this rod, right? And we have been talking till now we have been talking, sir, error is measured value minus actual value or true value, है ना, right? Measured value minus actual value. But what if we don't know what actual value is? We don't know what actual value is. Like for example, let's suppose I have got a rod in front of you and I am saying here, what is the actual value of the length of this rod? So you will say, ki sir, please bring your rod over here. Let me have my meter scale. I'll measure it from my meter scale. I'll say, yaar, if you will measure the length of the rod from your meter scale, that will include the error. That will include the error because you might have some random errors, है ना? You might have some personal bias against physics. You might have some procedural error, or your instrument might have some error. Are you getting it? So we can't rely on measuring and stating our answer. That's what has error. Got it? So what we are going to do is we are going to measure it multiple times. We are going to take its length as A1. This is the length in the first experiment. A1, A2, A3, A4 and so on. These are the different observations. These are the different measurements in n experiments. Got it? Alright. So A1, A2, A3, A4 and so on. What we are going to do is we are going to take the arithmetic mean of all of these things. We are going to take the arithmetic mean of all of these things. That means A1 plus A2 plus AN whole divided by n. My dear friends, this arithmetic mean can be considered as close to true value or actual value. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? This can be considered as close to true value or actual value. Alright, got it? And after this, if you want to find out the errors, you can find out the error in individual observations. Like for example, as error in this observation will be A1 minus AM. This one will be, don't worry about the sign, huh? Abhi I'll explain the sign also. This one will be A2 minus A1 AM. This is the absolute error in the first experiment. This is the absolute error in the second experiment. This is the absolute error in the third experiment. This is the absolute error in fourth and so on. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to take the average of all of these absolute errors also. We are going to take the mean of, arithmetic mean of all of these average values also, right? So let's write it as delta A1, delta A2, delta A3, delta AN. All right. So we'll have delta AM. Let me write it for you. What do I mean by this? This is the mean absolute error. Mean absolute error. And this one is going to be, now we are going to take the mod of all of these values, because I really don't know ki bhai whether A1 is greater or AM is greater. So I'm going to take the mod of all of these values, and that will give me A1 minus AM plus A2 minus AM and so on, plus AN minus AM, and whole divided by the total number of observation, that is N. Any doubt? Can you please quickly write down in the chat box? Let's not discuss anything else. Let's talk about physics. We are almost completing units and dimension. I have promised you I'll take 1.5 hours, and after that I'll complete units and dimension. After errors, we'll complete Vernier caliper, we'll complete screw gauge. That will confirm your 3 questions in NEET 2026. That will confirm 3 questions from NEET 2026. Please mind this thing. This is the absolute mean error. I've got everything written over here as well. This is the mean value. This is the actual value that we are going to consider, right? These were the absolute errors in individual readings, and this is the mean absolute error. This is the mean absolute error, and this is how we can actually write down, the result. We can write down the result. So result will be written as A equals to mean value plus minus mean absolute error, plus minus mean absolute error. So this can be the maximum error, this can be the minimum error, plus delta A minus delta A. Got it? Chalo, let's quickly move on to the next part. My dear friends, relative error. Although even if you don't remember all of these things, na, I'll give you a trick to solve questions in NEET for NEET exam. Just give me 2 minutes, I'll show you how questions are framed from this topic, but let's remember the terms also. Relative error is mean absolute error. We have talked about mean absolute error divided by mean value, that means the actual value, that means delta A divided by AM, and percentage error just multiplied with by 100, right? All right, my dear friends. Now what happens is, we have got errors in sum and differences. Sum and differences. If you have got sum of 2 things, let's suppose you have got sum of A and B. If you have got sum of A and B, and A has error delta A and B has error delta B. So X will have error as delta A plus delta B. If let's suppose you are subtracting these 2 things, then also error will always add. Please remember, error always adds up in sum or difference. Error always adds up in sum or difference. Now if you are going to talk about relative error, then you are going to simply say the relative error will be delta A plus delta B divided by A plus B. Simple. Delta A plus delta B divided by A plus B. Let me tell you how questions can be framed from this. After explaining you one more thing, that is this problem. Acha, in this they are talking about area. For area, let's also talk about error in product and division form. If you are going to talk about error in product and division form, delta X will be again, please remember the same thing. It will be delta A by A plus delta B by B, and same thing will happen over here as well. delta x by x will be delta A by A plus delta B by B. I'll explain you what type of questions they ask from these topics. They ask very simple questions like this. If Z is equals to this, then relative error in Z will be. If Z is equals to A square B cube divided by C raised to the power 4. You have to find out the relative error in this. Right, relative error in Z. So relative error basically means delta Z divided by Z. Just bring the power down. Over here we have got 2, so 2 times of delta A by A, put a plus sign, always put a plus sign, we are going to always find the maximum error, always put a plus sign, plus 3 times of delta B by B, plus, although this is in denominator, if I would have explained it to you using the entire process, I would have said we are going to take natural log, we are going to do differentiation. Right now I am not going to waste your time. Simply remember this, we always talk about maximum error, and for that we are going to simply write 4 times of delta C by C. They have asked a similar question in 2025 also. Abhi now you tell me, out of this chapter in NEET 2025, not a single question was out of course or was difficult. You guys could have done 3 questions from 2025 if let's suppose you have not done it. Okay? Last year, if let's suppose you have not done it, what I am trying to say is that NEET 2025 was not that difficult. The difficult part was that we got surprised. Students got a surprise at the start of NEET 2025 exam physics, and that is what derailed their paper. Got it? Don't do it. Don't have this mindset ki the first 5 questions I am going to quickly solve in 5 minutes. But if let's suppose first 2 questions are, you're not able to solve the first 2 problems in physics paper, that doesn't mean that your entire physics paper is spoiled. Got it? Have some patience. You can do questions like this. This is from chalo. Now this is for you. Be quick. I'll have some deep breath, and till then you solve this question for me. Be quick. Sir, I have learnt from you in NEET. Avik, yes my buddy. Welcome. I know. Chalo, let's quickly start this. Previously we were talking about relative error. Just multiply it by 100, it will become percentage error. Okay? It will become percentage error. T is given as, hopefully you guys can see the entire problem. T is given by x into y square divided by z cube. So delta T by T will be delta x by x plus 2 times of delta y by y plus 3 times of delta z by z. If they are talking about percentage, let's multiply it by 100 and this will convert in percentage. But we already know that in x we have got 1%, in y you have got 3, in z you have got 2. I think you are getting the answer, right? Clear? My dear friends, please see. This is 6, 6, 12, 13% is the correct answer. Don't miss questions like these in your next NEET exam. Chalo. Acha, then they can talk about, let me also explain it to you. Then they can talk about time period, 2 pi under root L by G. They can talk about density, mass by volume, right? They can talk about all of these things. So if you are going to talk about G, this one will be 4 pi square into L by G. That means G will be written as 4 pi square L divided by T square. That means, my dear friends, delta G by G will be equals to delta L by L plus 2 times of delta T by T. Correct? Alright. Prem, there are, but you don't have to worry about that for your NEET exam. Okay? They are not going to ask anything other than this. Acha, if they are talking about, let's suppose we have got a rod and we want to calculate the density of this, or we want to calculate the volume of this, then area will be pi r square, length is L, that means density will be mass by volume, that means pi r square into L. That means delta rho by rho will be delta m by m plus 2 times of delta r by r plus delta L by L. Be quick. Clear? Write down in the chat box. Done? Now I am starting. Acha, there is one more note also I want you to remember, that if a number of observation is made n times, the random error reduces by 1 by n times. So remember this point, a very important point, not very but remember it, an important point. If you want to reduce the random error, then take the observations n times, so it will get reduced by 1 by n times. Alright, clear? And this is a short thing for you. This includes each and every formula of error. So after today's class, you can have this small chart for some revision. Right? Chalo. Can we start Vernier caliper? How many of you have got problem in Vernier caliper and screw gauge? How many of you have got problem in Vernier caliper and screw gauge? Let me ask you this thing. Be quick. Let me know. How many of you have problem in Vernier caliper and screw gauge? Because now we are going to kill this topic. We'll kill it. Alright. Vernier caliper. Although even if I am going to skip this diagram, I am going to skip this how a Vernier caliper looks like, I am pretty confident that I can explain all problems from Vernier caliper to you. You will have no difficulty. ठीक है. Give me next 10 minutes. In next 30 minutes, Vernier caliper and screw gauge both will be finished. My dear friends, even if we don't look at the diagram, we can solve it, but let's have our concepts. ठीक है. This is how a Vernier caliper looks like. This is a main scale, just like your normal scale. Got it? We have got two jaws over here. This is important for you to remember the term. These are the two jaws, right? In between of this jaw, we actually keep object, like for example, as we are going to keep an object like this, right? And we are going to move this jaw over here, and then we are going to take the reading. Got it? And the readings will be obtained on main scale, and then we have got also a Vernier scale over here, right? We have got a Vernier scale over here as well. Clear? Now, my dear friends, what we are going to say is, what we are going to talk about over here is that why do we require Vernier scale? First of all, let's discuss this. We require Vernier scale because our normal centimeter scale has got some limitation, right? It has got some limitation. The limitation is the minimum measurement, the least measurement that a particular measuring device can take. The least measurement a particular measuring device can take, that is called as least count. That is called as least count. right? So least count can tell you about the accuracy of the device. So when we are going to talk about Vernier caliper, na, what we are going to do in Vernier caliper is, first of all, we are going to talk about the least count of Vernier caliper. Least count of Vernier caliper or Vernier scale. Now how to do it? Let's talk about this. Usually what they are going to say is, they are going to say that n main scale divisions coincides with m Vernier scale division. You need to pick this line from the question. This is the most important part of Vernier caliper. N main scale division coincides with m Vernier scale division. That means m Vernier scale division can be written as n main scale division. Now they are going to tell you what one main scale division looks like. They can tell you that. Okay? So the formula of least count will be one main scale division minus one Vernier scale division. This is the formula for least count. And after this, what we are going to do is, we are going to say that, okay, one Vernier scale division can be written as n upon m main scale division, right? And we are going to substitute it over here. So this will become 1 MSD minus n by m times MSD. So that will give us m minus n divided by m into MSD. This is how you are going to talk about the least count. I don't want you to remember this formula, simply remember this and simply remember this. Two things, alright, that's it. Now nothing other than this. I'll explain how to take the reading. Let me take one question for you. Let me take one question for you, like for example as this thing. A Vernier caliper, see this problem. This is just for your example, then we will talk about some JEE mains question also. A Vernier caliper has 1 millimeter mark on the main scale. Marks on the main scale basically means that one main scale division is 1 millimeter. It has 20 equal divisions on the Vernier scale which match with 16 main scale division. That means 20 Vernier scale division match with 16 main scale division. Is that correct? You got it? How I got the second line? This is the most easiest questions, and don't think in NEET 2026 they are going to ask something else. They are not going to do that. Okay? 20 Vernier scale division is equals to 16 main scale division. That means one Vernier scale division can be written as 16 divided by 20 main scale division. That's it. Last thing is going to be finding the least count. Least count is going to be one main scale division minus one Vernier scale division, and this will give me one main scale division minus 16 by 20 Vernier main scale division, and this will be, my dear friends, 4 by 20 times MSD, and by the way 1 MSD is, I believe, 1 millimeter. So this is 5, and that makes this thing as, can you please tell me the answer? Till now you could have told me the answer, but this one is going to be 0.2 millimeter. Be quick. Let me know in the chat box. Is it clear? Is it clear? Doston, be quick. right? Sorted? Can I move on? है ना, अभी it is not over. Vernier caliper is not over. First part of Vernier caliper is over. Now let me come back to the diagram. Let me come back to the diagram. Let's suppose we have got, sir, second last line. Sir, from where I can get this PDF? Avik, you will get the PDF from the description box after the class is over. Stick to the class till then. Okay? I'll make sure the PDF is available. Second last line. If you have got any doubt, dear, please write down your doubt clearly. I'll definitely answer it. Okay? Chalo, let's focus over here. Let's suppose that we have got a block over here. We want to measure its length. Let's say that we have got a block over here. We want to measure its length. है ना? अभी देखो, how do we measure any length? Just put your pen down. Look at me. If I want to measure the length of this pen, what I do is I take out my normal ruler. I take out my normal scale. I put it. I align it with this, and I see. Okay, this is, let's suppose this is 10 point some centimeter. So I have got one scale which is clearly visible to me, and I can see that this is somewhere between 10 and 11. I can clearly see that this is somewhere between 10 and 11. So if definitely 10 is confirmed, na? 10 is confirmed. That is what main scale do over here. If you guys can see, can you please see this is somewhere between 4 and 5? Arey bhai, if it is visible to you, can you see it is somewhere between 4 and 5? है ना? It is this point is somewhere between 4 and 5. That means the role of main scale has finished. They will tell you कि main scale reading is 4. 4 what? Let's say 4 centimeter. Main scale reading is 4 centimeter. Final reading is not 4 centimeter. Final reading will be, finally the reading will be main scale reading, and then we are going to add something to it. What something to it? That we are going to go into this Vernier scale. Then they will say कि 11th division of Vernier caliper coincides with, please hear me out very carefully दोस्तों, 11th division of Vernier scale coincides with main scale. Then we are going to say plus Vernier scale division multiplied by least count. This is why we have calculated least count for us. That's not all. We are going to also talk about error, but let's go step by step. So now we know how to calculate least count. We also know how to calculate the total reading. Now let's suppose, my dear friends, when I am removing this block and I am closing these jaws are joined. This is what language you are going to see in your next NEET exam. When the jaws are joined, still Vernier caliper is showing some reading. Still Vernier caliper is showing some reading. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? Let's suppose that after joining them, still the Vernier caliper is showing some reading. Then we are going to say that this Vernier caliper has some positive error. Can you please see that the 0 of Vernier scale does not coincide with the 0 of main scale? That means it is already showing some reading. So it has got some positive error. And how to write down that positive error? N multiplied by least count. And what is N? N is the number of division which is getting coincided. This is not getting coincided. This is getting coincided, my dear friends. If you guys can see, this is getting coincided. This is getting coincided. So the positive error in this case will be, in this diagram will be fourth Vernier division, 4 VSD multiplied by least count. Only for this specific case. Next part, errors are always subtracted. Errors are always subtracted. Please remember this. That means the final reading will be, please see, the final reading will be main scale reading plus least count into Vernier scale division minus positive error, minus positive error. I'll explain one question to you. Just hold on. If let's suppose the 0 of Vernier scale coincides with 0 of main scale, that means it has no zero error. No zero error, very good. Okay. If let's suppose negative error is very, very important. So pay attention to this. If let's suppose 0 of Vernier scale is towards the left of the main scale. The Vernier scale 0 is towards the left hand side of the main scale. In that case, we have got negative error and always errors are added. So what we are going to do over here is, when you are going to write down the final reading, when you are going to write down the final reading, you are going to write main scale reading plus n multiplied by Vernier scale reading and minus negative error. Alright, so errors are always subtracted. Errors are always subtracted. Next point is, errors are always subtracted. Next point is how to find out the negative error. This is very important because positive error was easy. है ना? Positive error was easy. Negative error is important. Negative error is found out by total number of Vernier scale division minus Vernier scale coinciding. Total number of Vernier scale division minus Vernier scale coinciding and multiplied by least count. Please remember it very, very carefully, right? If you are going to simply write down the Vernier scale coinciding, it will become a positive error. Alright? Please understand it. What do we mean by negative error? Negative error basically means that even if I am going to put a very, very minute thing, it might still give me reading 0. Got it? This is what do we mean by negative errors. Chalo. Enough said and done. Let's move to one problem. Chalo, let's start. Solve this question for me. I'll help you, definitely I'll help you, but I want you to solve it with me. Let's go. The diameter of a ball is measured using a no zero error. Fine. So in the first problem we have got no zero error. Okay. Vernier caliper which has divisions of 0.05 centimeter on main scale. This is main scale division. I think I have got what one main scale division is. 1 MSD is equals to 0.05 centimeter. And 16 divisions of its Vernier scale match with 12 divisions on the main scale. So that means 16 division on the Vernier scale matches with 12 divisions on main scale. That means one Vernier scale division is equals to 12 by 16 main scale division. Done. Done and dusted till here. Clear? Right? Next is finding the least count. Least count will be one main scale division minus one Vernier scale division, that is 12 by 16. Abhi I am trying to save some step. This will be 4 by 16. That means 1 by 4 and multiplied by one main scale division is 0.05. Is it clear? Be quick, my dear friends. Everything is sorted, right? Now, finally, the reading will be main scale reading is 0.5 centimeter. Please note down the unit, plus Vernier scale division is 8 multiplied by 1 by 4 multiplied by 0.05 centimeter. Now you can solve it and add it. Clear? Done? Everything is sorted? Be quick. Can I move on to the next problem? Chalo, do this question. Be quick. Clear? Doston, I want your response. Be quick. Sorted now. Vernier scale has main scale 10 centimeter. I think everyone can do it. Main scale division is given. Equally divided into 200 equal parts. This is not main scale division. That is main scale of 10 centimeter, which is equally divided into 200 parts. That means one main scale division will be 10 divided by 200, and this one will be in centimeter. Is it clear? Right? And then you have got this information. 25 divisions of Vernier scale coincides with 12 millimeter on the main scale. This is a very, very nice problem. 12 millimeter on main scale basically means कि first find out this in, let's find out in millimeter. 10 multiplied by 10, this one will be in millimeter divided by 200. That means this is 0.5 millimeter. Please check. 1 MSD comes out to be 0.5 millimeter. Now they are saying कि 25 divisions on Vernier scale coincides with 12 millimeter. So that means 12 millimeter will represent each division is of 0.5 millimeter. Is everything clear, my dear friends? Be quick. This is going to be the total number of divisions. All right. So this is going to be, I think, 24 division on main scale. Be quick. Let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. 25 divisions coincides with 24 divisions on the main scale. Now everything is clear. Now you can find out the least count. Let me know in the chat box, my dear friends. If you have any doubt, let me know. Clear? Sorted? Nice problem, na? This one was a nice problem. Chalo. Let's move. This is one problem I'll give you in homework. This is not that difficult. And don't think that we are going to do only these questions. We are going to solve more questions, but in the question practice class. This is not a only question practice class. This is clearing our concepts, solving some problems. I'll give you some time and then we'll come back after couple of days, 1 or 2 days, not like after a long time, of course. Now let's come back to screw gauge. Screw gauge is even more sensitive device than a Vernier caliper. That means, generally speaking, least count of screw gauge will be even less than the least count of a Vernier caliper. Okay, this is what a screw gauge looks like. Abhi everything is clear for Vernier caliper na? Solve some questions from NEET PYQs from JEE, and in the next class most probably whatever you are going to solve, you are going to find it in my PPT also. ठीक है? This is what a screw gauge looks like. We actually put any ball or any thing that we want to measure the diameter of, we put it in between of this cylinder and this screw, right? And what we do is we have got a cylinder over here and we rotate it. And just like Vernier caliper, we have got two scales over here. We have got a pitch scale and we have got a circular scale. As we rotate it, this cylinder actually moves like a screw. It is a screw, that is why we call it as a screw gauge. As we rotate it, it twists and it moves, and this cylinder goes inside this stud, right? And we measure, and after doing that we take our measurement. So first thing first, we have to find out the least count of this screw gauge. Now least count of screw gauge is found out by first finding out the pitch. Pitch is the distance moved by the screw due to one complete rotation. Let's suppose this is the cylinder that I was talking about. If I am going to rotate it one complete rotation, the amount of distance that it covers is known as pitch, right? So pitch can be also considered as, let's suppose we rotated 20 rotations and it moved 1 centimeter, or let's say 2 centimeter. So pitch will be distance, that is 2 centimeter divided by 20 rotations. Got it? 2 centimeter divided by 20 rotations. Amount of distance traveled, distance moved by the screw divided by number of full rotations given. Got it? This is known as pitch. The least count is pitch divided by circular scale division. Pitch is known as, least count is known as pitch divided by number of circular scale division. Over here you have to remember two very simple formula. First one is pitch, second one is pitch divided by total number of circular scale division. Let me explain one question to you. Let's see this one. In this question they are saying that if a screw moves by 1 millimeter in 2 rotations, 1 millimeter in 2 rotations, that means pitch will be amount of distance moved 1 millimeter, the total number of full rotations given 2, that means pitch is 0.5 millimeter. And the circular divisions are, on circular scale it has got total divisions of 500. Total divisions of 500, right? I think voice is all clear here. So the least count will be pitch, that is 0.5 mm, divided by total number of divisions are 500. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. This thing, yeah, I think this is going to be 10 to the power minus 3 millimeter. Hopefully everything is clear, right? Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Right? Done? All clear? This is very easy. Let's move to a slightly difficult problem. Acha, in this also reading of screw gauge will be main scale reading plus circular scale reading. So circular main scale reading, they'll tell you the main scale reading. For circular scale reading, you'll write least count multiplied by circular scale division. Exactly similar to what we have seen in Vernier caliper. Is it clear? Right? So reading on MS just before the head of circular scale plus least count multiplied by coinciding division of circular scale with the baseline. Do you remember that main scale, the pitch scale, it has got a baseline which looks like something like this. I'll explain it to you. Which looks something like this. This is known as baseline. This is known as baseline. If the zero of circular scale coincides with the baseline of the pitch scale, right? Then we say that there is no zero error. This is a perfectly fine screw gauge. There is no zero error. Got it? But let's suppose, what do we have got over here? The zero of circular scale is somewhere over here. And the baseline coinciding with the 10 circular scale division. That means even when this screw is completely tightened, the screw is completely closed, even then this screw gauge is giving some reading. And if this is the case, please remember it is a positive error case, and always errors are subtracted, always error are subtracted, and we write the error with their sign. So we are going to find out the reading minus positive error. And how to find out the positive error? दोस्तों, circular scale division which is coinciding with the baseline, in this case it is 10. So I am going to write the positive error as, for this specific case, I am going to write it as 10 multiplied by the least count of this screw gauge. Acha, how to find out the least count? That we have already discussed. Pitch divided by total number of division. Pitch divided by total number of division. Is everything fine? Quickly write down in the chat box. Sorted? You guys have to be a little attentive, and I would suggest to watch this entire lecture. As you can see, we are not wasting a single time. We are quickly revising. We are looking at some problems as sample questions, and we are moving on to the next question, next topic. We are not wasting a single time over here. Okay, so this is all very relevant and very important. And now, can you please check? We have completed 1.5 hours, 1 hour 30 minutes, and we have almost 90% units and dimension is over. As I have promised, I have not explained significant figures to you because I don't believe that I have to explain that 20 days before. Okay? So that's what we are going to do. We are going to complete 90% of topics in 10% of time. Chalo. So let's move ahead. My dear friends, whenever you will have a negative error, you have to be a little cautious. You have to be a little cautious. Formula is slightly different, and it has to be, right? It has to be, over here what will happen? Over here what will happen? The zero of the circular scale will be above the baseline. Got it? Right? So you are going to unscrew it. Got it? When we want to actually put an object in the screw gauge, first we have to unscrew it. So when you are going to unscrew it like this, it will open and then it will come 0. Got it? So it is a negative error. That even after unscrewing it, even after opening it, still it is showing 0. Got it? So the negative error will be least count multiplied by the coinciding division of the circular scale with the baseline. But here again you will have to remember one thing. Let's suppose that we have got 90 over here, है ना? 90 over here. Got it? So we'll actually not write 90, we'll write 9 total number of divisions minus 90. We'll write total number of divisions minus 90. That we can see it in our problems. Okay? That we'll see in our problems. And always again remember, correct reading will be reading. Correct reading will be reading minus negative error. So this minus and minus becomes plus. So always remember, error is always subtracted. Let's see at 1 or 2 problems. After this your screw gauge is also over. Chalo. Your question. Be quick. The pitch of the screw gauge. If they'll behave nicely, they'll give you pitch also. Right? Else you will have to calculate pitch. Most of the time in questions they give you pitch, their motive is not to check whether you remember the formula of pitch or not. So most of the time in questions they give pitch, but if they have not, then you know how to calculate pitch. Pitch is equals to distance travelled by the circular scale divided by the total number of rotations given. Okay, let's start. So the pitch of the screw gauge is 1 millimeter and total divisions are 100. total divisions are 100 on the circular scale. All right, that means I can quickly find out the least count. Least count will be pitch, that is 1 millimeter divided by 100 divisions. That's it, my dear friends. 0.01 millimeter. You know what the most important point is? You know what the most important point is? Sir, voice is not clear. Saif Ali is saying. Oh, hi Saif. Hopefully my voice is clear here. My voice will not be clear after tomorrow. है ना? After taking 12-hour class, my voice might get slightly damaged. But I think till now it is clear. You know what the main thing is? Remember the units, because sometimes what they do is they are talking about in millimeter, then in somewhere in between they can also talk about in centimeter. Okay? So you need to be a little cautious, you need to be a little attentive when we are talking about units, right? So least count is 0.01 millimeter. A student measures the diameter of the wire, he gets the main scale reading. This is very important. Main scale reading is 5 millimeter and the circular divisions are 25. Wow, great. Wow. So now we have got main scale reading is finally, so finally the reading will be is 5 millimeter, right? Main scale reading is 5 millimeter plus circular divisions are 25, so 25 multiplied by least count, that is 0.01 millimeter. I am deliberately writing all the units over here so that I don't make any mistake. Got it? So please follow it. And then they are saying the next very important thing, that we have got a positive error over here. I have told you errors are always subtracted. Positive error of 0.03 millimeter. I think now you can solve it. Is everything fine? Be quick, clear? Done? Be quick. Solve and give me the final answer. Everybody is getting 5.22 millimeter. Great. All right. Very, very good. Let's see this one. Let's solve this one. The pitch of a screw gauge is given as 0.5 millimeter. Very nice. There are 50 divisions on the circular scale. As soon as they give this, find out the least count. Find out the least count, my dear friends. It is 0.5 millimeter divided by 50 divisions, right? So, my dear friends, what you can actually do is you can write, this will get cancelled, so you can write 0.01 millimeter. Least count is 0.01 millimeter, right? Next is there are 50 divisions. Fine. In the measuring the thickness of a metal plate, this is where the question begins. There are 5 divisions. There are 5 divisions on the pitch scale or the main scale. Got it? So they can also use, see, this is what you need to do when you are practicing. You need to find out the new terms. Hold on. Let me tell you something else, something other than solving questions. What testing agencies can do is they can use new terms just to confuse you. Let's suppose that you are giving your NEET 2026 exam, you know the entire question, but you're reading it and you're finding a new term. You have solved all the questions of screw gauge in which they talk about main scale, and there they say ki here we have got a pitch scale. Now use your common sense what that term could mean, right? Got it? And obviously we can't just rely on guessing it. That's why practicing question is so important. It gives you an idea ki in how many ways a similar type of a concept can be asked. Got it? So they have told you that there are 5 divisions in the pitch scale. That means main scale reading is 5 division multiplied by 1 main scale division. And do I know what 1 main scale division is? There are 5 divisions on the pitch scale and 34th division coincides with the reference line. So 34th division coincides with the reference line basically means that circular scale reading is 34 times least count, that is 34 times 0.01 millimeter. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt, right? Be quick. So this is going to be 0.34 millimeter, right? And the pitch of the screw gauge is 0.5 millimeter, and there are 50 divisions in the circular scale. In the measuring thickness, there are 5 divisions on the pitch scale or the main scale and 34 divisions. Calculate the thickness of the metal plate. So they have not told you the main scale reading. So we are going to assume it to be 0.5 millimeter and just add these two, you will get the answer. Quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Be quick. Be quick. Most of the time they give you this value. Okay, most of the time they are going to, this will be given. This will be given most of the time. If it is not given, then you can write it. Let's see if you guys can solve a 2020 problem. Solve. Be quick. Let's be a little quick. NEET 2020 question. A screw gauge has a least count of 0.1 millimeter. There are 50 divisions. You can easily find out the pitch. है ना? I am not solving it. I am not solving it. You guys can solve it. You guys can solve it, दोस्तों. Let me move on. Next problem. देखो, these many questions are sufficient with our concept class. After this concept class, stay tuned. We are going to come back with only practice session, only, nothing else. In that we are not going to discuss anything, just question after question. All right. And if I am not wrong, the combined physics, chemistry, biology, we are going to solve 500 questions. 500 questions. All right. Let's solve this one again. A student measured the diameter of the screw gauge of least count. Please see. Very nice. They have already told you the least count is 0.01 centimeter. And also note that here they are talking about in centimeter and the main scale reading is 5 millimeter. This is what I was saying. So let's write down the least count as 0.001 centimeter. Let's write it in millimeter. So it would be 0.001 millimeter, right? And main scale reading is 5 millimeter. 0 of the circular scale division coincides with the 25 divisions above the reference level. Got it? Above the reference level, if the screw gauge has a negative error of this. So they have also told you the circular scale reading 25 times least count. अच्छा, I have not written it क्या? 0.01 है ना, right? You might be saying this 0.01 millimeter. So finally the reading will be 5 millimeter plus 25. We can do one more thing. 25, right? 25, and then you have got this error. So you can also write 25 plus 0.04 millimeter, right? 0.04 millimeter multiplied by least count, and least count is 0.01 millimeter. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. This is all from units and dimension. Now we are going to start kinematics. Be quick. No break right now. No break. We are going to quickly move on to units to kinematics. In the meanwhile, if you have got any doubt about strategy, how to proceed ahead, I can give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we can start kinematics. If you have got any doubt, let's talk, let's communicate. Okay, what problem you guys are facing in these last minute? I've already said, I've already explained ki what we are going to do on this platform, on your favorite platform of Physics Wala, for the next 20 days. In the meanwhile, I can also talk with you guys, and then we are going to start kinematics, that is 1D and 2D. 2 minutes of chit chat, not 5 minutes of chit chat. Be quick. Give break after every 2 chapters. That's what I'm going to do, Avik. Done. Roger that. After every 2 chapters, but after kinematics now we'll take a break. Right? After kinematics we'll take a break. All right. Shall we start? Farzana, I'll be taking classes on YouTube for now. But I'll take one more class. I think, yeah, one more class on app also. Okay. On, you mean to say on Power Batch? So yes, I'll be taking one more class over there. How to not get burn out in these last remaining days. First of all, see, I got your doubt. See, this is what I was saying. It's a very, very relevant question. How not to get burnout in these last remaining days. First of all, we need to study. है ना? We cannot use our 2-year study plan in these last days. We have to study continuously. What we can actually do is, and what I have observed is, even when I'm preparing for your lectures or for any class, okay, whenever I'm sitting for long hours, my efficiency goes down. Please hear me out for 2 minutes. This is a very, very, very important information. I believe it is important, है ना? And I am sharing some my own trick to you that you can use. Burnout does not mean that you are studying for 2 hours and then you are taking break for another 1 hour. That basically means that for every 2 hours you are taking break for 1 hour. That will drop down your efficiency. So what is the most efficient way? The most efficient way is that study for 2 hours and take a break for 10 minutes. And in that break, do not revise anything. You need to give your brain some rest. Please don't think, nahi sir, in this 10 minutes I am going to look at my chart. I am going to look at the diagrams. I am going to look at this. I am going to mentally revise. Don't do that. Even if some thoughts are coming of some particular chapter of P block, D block, of units and dimension, block those thoughts. Study for 2 hours. Study for 2 hours and then take a 10-minute walk break. You might come up with a better idea. This is what I do. I take a 10-minute walk break. Well, I am not preparing for NEET, but I have to prepare for classes, for long classes, I have to do many other things. So what I do is, I sit for continuously for 2 hours, and then for the next 10 minutes I don't do anything, I don't think about work, I take a walk, I simply walk. I also don't recommend listening to music. I mean, if you have got some super classical song going, I mean, you have got a super classical taste in music, I don't know about that, but what I want is to completely give your brain some rest. Taking a nap also does not work, because nap can be easily converted into, yeah, that's what I'm saying, 5 minutes of power nap can become like really powerful, है ना, and it becomes so powerful that it becomes impossible to come out of it. So it depends upon you. I'm not saying that this is the only thing. This is what works on me, and this is what works on many other people. Study for 2 hours, take a 10-minute break, don't do anything, and then come back to study. Right? Do not sit and study for hours and hours, your efficiency will go down. Your efficiency is going to go down. Study for 2 hours, max 2.5 hours then. Alright, done. Other than that, don't think there will be anything like burnout. You guys are student. I mean, for student, burnout does not exist. Definitely for a medical student, I'm not saying that, but for an 11th, 12th or a dropper student, there is nothing as such as burnout. All we can do is we can increase our efficiency. Okay? Just like right now we are doing it. Why we are not quickly starting kinematics? We are not quickly starting kinematics because just now we have finished screw gauge. Abhi I'll quickly start kinematics. That will only complete my part of the day. That might not work for yourself. I might not enjoy that much, right? So it is very important that we must take some break and then let's continue. Okay? Okay, so let's start with kinematics. We'll complete 1D and 2D. All right. Now in kinematics, first thing first, abhi I'm not talking about what is distance, what is displacement, we are not discussing those things. We'll start our class by average speed. You can get some questions on average speed. Right? You guys also know that average speed, they can ask some questions from this particular topic. Average speed is total distance divided by total time. Right? And then there can be different ways in which they can ask questions, like for example, as in for equal time interval. Let's suppose you have got equal time interval like this, and let's say this is t, and t, and let's say this is x1, x2 and x3. So all you can do is and we have got v1 is equals to x1 by t, v2 is equals to x2 by t, and v3 is equals to x3 by t. Speed is equals to distance upon time, right? So v average will be total distance is going to be x1 plus x2 plus x3 whole divided by time, that is 3t, and instead of x1 we can write v1 plus v2 plus v3, and t is common and divided by 3, so this comes out to be the average speed, which is also the arithmetic mean of the average speeds in the interval. Okay, very easy. But please remember, they can ask complex problems also from this. Okay, thank you Avik, thank you buddy. They can also ask complex problem from this. Okay. So what you need to do is, you need to just remember that whenever they are going to discuss about speed, distance or time, you are going to only use this formula. Obviously here we are not going to talk about acceleration and stuff, right? Then they can say that distances are same. Let's suppose this is x, this is x, this is x, this is time t1, this is time t2 and this is time t3. In this we have got speed v1, v2 and v3. So that means v average will be the total distance, that is 3x divided by the total time. So time will be, my dear friends, please remember that time can be written as distance divided by speed, right? You might think this is so ninth class thing, but they can ask a good question also from here. So please, wherever you are going to see some problems from average speed, do not miss it, right? Do not miss it. So this is going to be x, T1 will be x divided by V1, x divided by V2 and x divided by V3. So x can be cancelled out and you are going to get 3 times of V1, or chalo, abhi let me just simply write this thing down. I will not waste your time. That's it. Right? 3 divided by 1 upon V1 plus 1 upon V2 plus 1 upon V3. Got it? This is all clear to you? My dear friends, whenever we talk about speed, we discuss average speed and we discuss instantaneous speed. We discuss average speed, we have already talked about average speed, and then we discuss instantaneous speed. Please remember the definition of instantaneous speed at least. They can again, I am saying it to you, they can again talk about definitions, right, in some questions. Instantaneous speed can be written as V instantaneous. This thing can be written as del x divided by del t. The only difference is that this del t is very small. This del t is infinitely small. And just to show this, we write in front of this limit del t tends to 0, or simpler way we can write it as dx by dt. This is V instantaneous. It is a scalar quantity, not a vector quantity, right? Got it? When we are going to talk about velocity, same thing we are going to do. We are going to talk about average velocity. We are going to talk about average instantaneous velocity. Some basic things. Again, I am not trying to bore you guys, but some basic things are, the SI unit is meter per second. It is a scalar quantity, right? Dimensional formula is, you guys know what dimensional formula is. For velocity, again we are going to talk about the average velocity. So for average velocity, it's going to be total displacement or net displacement divided by total time. For instantaneous velocity, we are going to write it as dr by dt. All right, here, right, dr by dt. Hopefully everything is sorted till here. The important thing is, when we are going to talk about acceleration. Acceleration is defined as rate of change in velocity. velocity. Now please remember velocity has two components, simple things, है ना भाई, everyone is over here ना, don't think that we are doing basic things. After solving basic things in kinematics, I am not going to talk about theory. In kinematics in today's class also we are going to discuss questions only. Fine, cool. So just wait for 5 more minutes, then we are going to start. Velocity has both magnitude as well as direction. It has got both magnitude as well as direction. Now even if one of them changes, velocity will change. If both of them changes, so well and good, ठीक है, velocity changes. But if even one of them changes, that means velocity changes. So acceleration can be also written as in two ways. One is average acceleration, that is final velocity minus initial velocity divided by time, and the another one is instantaneous acceleration, that is dv by dt, right? Now remember one thing, what we are going to get is, we are going to get a displacement time relation. Displacement time relation. When you are going to differentiate it, that is dx by dt, you are going to get velocity. When you are going to again differentiate it, you are going to get d2x by dt square, that means the double derivative of displacement, or dv by dt, that means derivative of velocity, or we are going to call it as simply acceleration. Wherever you are finding out the derivative, it is known as slope. So that means over here we are going to talk about slope of xt curve gives velocity. This means that slope of vt curve gives acceleration. Slope of at curve gives nothing, right? It is known as jerk, but we are not going to talk about it. All right. If you are going to integrate it, that means if you are going to write integration of a dot dt, if you are going to write down the integration of a dot dt, then you are going to get change in velocity. And this is known as area under AT curve. Integration basically means area, differentiation basically means slope, right? Geometrical meaning. If you are going to integrate v dot dt, you are going to get displacement travelled. Area under AT curve gives change in velocity, and area under VT curve gives displacement travelled by the body. All right, clear? Sorted? Be quick, my dear friends. Done? Now, the most again, the very important part is, hopefully everything is clear. Quickly write down in the chat box. If let's suppose acceleration is case 1, acceleration is 0. If acceleration is 0, then simply use speed is equals to distance upon time. Ninth class stuff. Case 2, when acceleration is constant. When acceleration is constant, this basically means we are talking about uniformly accelerated motion or non-uniform motion motion. This is known as uniform motion. This is known as uniform motion. Acceleration is constant, that means uniformly accelerated motion. In this, equation of motions are applicable. That means V is equals to U plus AT, S is equals to UT plus half AT square, and V square is equals to U square plus 2AS. These are the three equations. In addition to this, a very important relation, that is the nth displacement, and it is initial velocity plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. Please remember this nth displacement equation and also do some practice. They can ask something from here. ठीक है? Clear? All right. 3 equations and the 4th one for the nth one. Now let's suppose acceleration is not constant. If acceleration is not constant, then in that case simply use acceleration is equals to dv by dt, and I'll tell you how. ठीक है, I'll tell you how. So chalo, let's start questions. Are you guys ready for solving some questions? Be quick. Everyone's ready? Let's solve some numericals from this chapter case by case so that we don't miss anything, right? So the first case is, by the way, I've got one more question for you, which is something like this. For normal average acceleration, right? For average acceleration, the particle is moving with a velocity of 10 meter per second towards east. So let's suppose this is east. So 10 meter per second towards east. And then after 10 seconds, its velocity changes to 10 meter per second towards north. Magnitude of velocity is not changing, but the direction is changing from east to north. That means there will be some acceleration, and they are talking about average acceleration. Now average acceleration is final velocity minus initial velocity divided by time. Final velocity is 10 meter per second towards north minus initial velocity. My dear friends, I can write this thing as final velocity plus negative times of initial velocity divided by time. So plus, that means we need to add vector addition, negative times of u will be this. This will be negative times of u, and this is also 10. The vector a, that means this is going to be a root 2 somewhere over here. That means 10 root 2. So the magnitude will be 10 root 2 and time was 10. That means acceleration's magnitude is root 2 meter per second square, and direction will be 45 degree north of west or 45 degree west of north or simply northwest. So B answer is correct. Everything's clear? This is from average acceleration. This is from average acceleration. Got it? Be quick. Any doubt? Let's move now. Case 1. Case 1. When velocity is given as a function of time t, This is velocity and they are asking about displacement of particle from origin of time t equals to 1 second if it is given that displacement is 20 meter at t equals to 0. Okay, right, let's move. All right, good, very, very good. Anshu, Farzana, Henry, great. Where's everyone else? Be quick. Velocity is this. Velocity can be written as rate of change of displacement, that means ds by dt, and this is equals to 10 plus 2t plus 3t square. All right, clear? And now they are talking about, hold on, this is where you guys can have some doubt. They are talking about displacement. Always remember this flow chart. Always remember this flow chart. They have given you velocity. They have given you velocity. And they are talking about displacement. So we need to integrate it. We need to integrate it. Got it? So that means after this, we'll write ds is equals to integration of 10 plus 2t plus 3t square dot dt. After this step, my dear friends, please look at the question. They have given you one information that if it is given that displacement is 20 meter at t equals to 0, that means when t is 0, displacement is 20, and when t is 1 second, we want to find out the displacement. Integration of 1 with respect to s will be s, upper limit we want to find it out, lower limit 20, just a second. Integration, we are talking about integration, not differentiation. This will become 10t, this will become t square, this will become t cube. Lower limit 0, upper limit 1. We don't have to put 0, right? It will straight away, it will, everything will get will become 0. This will become s minus 20 is equals to, this will become 10 plus 1 plus 1. That means s will be 20 plus 12, that is 32. 32 meter is the correct answer. Is everything fine? This is case 1, my dear friends. I am going to talk about each and every case that can be asked in NEET 2026. Please remember that. We are not going to leave any other case. So you cannot say after NEET 2026 ki Subrat sir has not discussed this particular question of kinematics of motion in 1D in his class. We are going to cover each and everything, right? And that you are going to see when you are going to look at NEET 2025 paper also, everything will be covered. Acceleration time equation. Now they have given us velocity time equation. I know that this is the easiest one, that is why this is case 1. Hold on, we'll move to case 5. Acceleration will be dv by dt. Let's differentiate it. This will become 2, this will become 60. This is the equation of acceleration time. Clear? Done? Let's move to the next one. Quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Quick. Be quick. Quickly write down. Moving on to the next one, my dear friends. Case 2 for you. Case 2 for you. X is equals to 2t minus 2. They have given us displacement. They are talking about the average speed. They are talking about the average speed. Average speed is total distance. Average speed is total distance divided by total time. total time. Now let me tell you something. Listen to me very carefully. If I'm going to differentiate it, I'll get velocity, not speed, I'll get velocity. Velocity can be written as 2 meter per second. This is an easy problem. Why? Because 2 meter per second basically means that the particle is moving in one direction only. When the particle moves in one direction, this is a motion in straight line. Although you will say, ki, sir, we are talking about rectilinear motion only, I guess. I know, but what I am trying to say is that this particle will never turn back. Dekho, this is also one dimensional motion. Goes up, comes down. Similarly, a particle can go in this direction and then it can come back along the same path. This is one dimensional motion. But when you are going to talk about average speed, you might do some mistake. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? Please hear me out very carefully. I don't have any problem in this question. Why? Because it is moving in only a straight line and it is never coming back. How do I know that? Because it is 2 meter per second, it does not depend upon time, right? So that means find out the average velocity up to 4 seconds. 4 seconds basically means that the distance traveled will be the distance traveled will be 4 into 2, that is 8 meter per second, right? That is 8 meter per second, and that means average speed will be 8 meter per second divided by, I am so sorry, 8 meter per second, 8 divided by 4, that is 2 meter per second. And obviously it will be same, makes no difference, right? Very easy. Let's do this one. You do this one. Be quick. If you think the last problem was very easy, do this one. Be quick. This is the velocity, 4 minus 2t. Find out the distance traveled from 1 to 3 seconds. From 1 to 3 seconds. Be quick. And mind you, it is distance, not displacement. Only thing that you need to remember is this is distance. Be quick. Solve. Quick. These types of questions are known as turnaround questions. This particle will turn around. How do I know that? Because I can see a negative sign over here. I can see a negative sign over here. This particle will move something like this. It will move, it will stop at a particular point where its velocity will become 0 and it will turn back. It will turn back along the same path. I'm just trying to show you. It will turn back like this. Alright, and we can also get to know that by simply finding out if velocity is this, then acceleration will be dv by dt, and that will be minus 2 meter per second square. And initially velocity will be in this direction. How do I know that? Because at t equals to 0, velocity is 4. So at this point, velocity is 4 meter per second in this direction. And acceleration is in this direction, that is 2 meter per second square. Now my students also knows all the tricks. I can also explain it to you right now. This is 4, this is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. That means in 2 seconds it will come at rest. And they were talking about from 1 to 3 seconds. So this is t equals to 0. Somewhere over here it might be t equals to 1. And somewhere over here it might be t equals to 3. That means if you are going to only talk about displacement and you are going to say, fine sir, let's find out the dx. Dx will be simply the integration of v dot dt, and if you are going to put the limit from 1 to 3, you are going to get your answer as 0 because you are finding displacement, not distance.
So this is the incorrect way. The correct way is to do something like this. Dx will be integration of v dot dt from 1 to 2 and take a mod plus integration from 2 to 3 of v dot dt. Let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. Be quick. These questions are called as turnaround questions, right? Sorted? Please remember they were talking about distance traveled, not displacement traveled. So you might do a mistake over here. Please remember it that whenever, two things to note down. First of all, this will always give displacement. So how we can actually pay attention? What we can say is कि if a particle is moving in a straight line, distance and displacement will be same. Now from 0 to 2 second, particle is moving in a straight line, and then from 2 second to 3 second, particle is moving in a straight line, right? So that is why we broke this formula into two parts. All right, good. Next thing is, how do I know that it will come at rest? By looking at this minus sign. Let's suppose that they have given you velocity equals to 3 plus 2t. Do you have to pay any attention, or can I simply write down? Let's suppose they are talking about total distance. They are talking about total distance. So can I from 1 to 3 seconds, can I write it like this in this, or do I have to again do from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3? Please let me know in the chat box. Be quick. This is correct now. This is correct. Why? Because this particle will never come back. This particle will never come back. It will keep on moving in this direction. Acceleration is 2 meter per second square. Acceleration is 2 meter per second square. It will never come back. All right. Henry, one more minute and then we'll increase the level, buddy. Solve this. Solve this. Solve this. V as a function of x. V as a function of x. And you have to find out the relation between x and t. Solve this question. Be quick. V is equals to x square. V can be written as dx by dt. That means dx by x square is equals to dt. And then let's integrate it. And after integration, they are saying that assume x equals to 1 at t equals to 0. That means when t is 0, x is actually equals to 1. And when this is t, let's say this is x. Please remember one very important thing. In today's class, all we are trying to do is we are trying to complete the important topics. We are going step by step. Personally, I am going to take all the important questions, all the very difficult questions, all the good problems from JEE mains in my next practice class. Okay? Got it? So these are just for your quick revision. Pay attention. This will become x raised to the power. Please, doston, let's understand this is actually x raised to the power minus 2 dx is equals to dt, and this is from 0 to t and this is from 1 to x. That means this will become x raised to the power minus 1 and this will become minus 1 from 1 to x, and this will be t from 0 to t. So this is actually nothing but minus 1 upon x, 1 to x, and this will be t. So if I'll write, this will be 1 minus 1 upon x is equals to t. So this is the relation. All right. So first we'll put down the upper limit, then minus minus lower limit. So minus minus becomes plus 1. So 1 is over here. 1 minus 1 upon x is equals to t. Clear? Done? Sorted? Be quick. Can we move on to the next one? acceleration is equals to 2x. This is what they have asked, I think last year, last year, where acceleration was given as a function of x. Acceleration was given as a function of x. Acha, we know one thing. We know that acceleration can be written as dv by dt. dv by dt. Acceleration can be written as dv by dt, right? What we are going to do is we are going to multiply dx and dx. We are going to multiply dx and dx, right? That will make acceleration is equals to dv by dx, and this dx by dt can be written as v. This is a very important point that I wanted you to write initially also, but fine, we are completing it with this case. Is everything fine? Clear? That means acceleration can be, instead of simply writing dv by dt, we can also write it as v dv by dx. v dv by dx. Now I think everything's clear. Acceleration can be written as 2x. This is v dv by dx. That means v times dv is equals to 2x times dx. Let's integrate it. And then they are saying that at x equals to 2 meter, it is moving with 3 meter per second, and we want to find out the relation, we want to find out the v at 5 meter. So let's put 5 over here and let's write v over here. Is everything clear? Be quick, write down in the chat box till this point. This is important. Let me tell you, this is very, very important. This case. Done? Very good, Surya. Very good. All right. After this, please integrate it. I have not integrated it, but if we'll integrate it, we'll get v square by 2 and v and 3, and you're going to get x square, and you're going to get 2 and 5. Right? Clear? Done? Sure. Let's start. Let's move to the next one. Last, I was saying that in using these 5 cases, everything will be done. Everything will be done, right? Acceleration is given as v. Acceleration is given as v, and you have to find out the velocity at 2 seconds. Come on. Acceleration is given as v. A is equals to v. A is equals to v. A can be written as dv by dt. This is equals to v. Dekho, I believe you guys can write this much step na, in every question. Everyone can write at least this step. After this, please see what we are going to do is we say that we are going to bring the variables to one side. That means we are going to bring v to this side, and this will become dv by v equals to dt, and then we are going to integrate it. And then they are saying find out its velocity at t equals to 2 second. At t equals to 0 second, its velocity is 1 meter per second. So when t is 0, this is 1, and when t is 2, we need to find out v. This is a nice problem. You might be thinking that these are easy questions. These are not easy questions. I mean, I'm not also saying that these are difficult questions, but these are not your normal typical differentiation problems, right? This will become natural log v, lower limit 1, upper limit v. This will become t, lower limit 0, upper limit 2. This will become natural log v minus natural log 1. Mind you, natural log 1 is 0. This becomes 2. That means the first answer will be natural log v is equals to 2, or we can write e raised to the power 2 is equals to v. This is the answer. This is the answer for the first one. Done? Clear? Everything sorted? Be quick. Abhi we have got the second one left. We have got B part left. Done. Write down in the chat box. First question is all clear. Base is E, power is 2, output is V. So E raised to the power 2 is V. So answer of V is E square. Correct. Now the second one is find out its velocity at x equals to 3 meter. Let me use this space. They have given acceleration as V and they are talking about velocity. What I'm going to do is, they are talking velocity at x equals to 3. So I'll use for the B part, this is how you are going to relate things. And please note that till now I have cleared units and dimension. Nothing will come outside of that. Nothing is going to come outside of these differentiation questions. Alright, that is my promise. Because I have deliberately put up these cases in such a way that no other questions can be framed. Different types of numericals can be framed out of these cases. Acceleration can be written as I've told you, v dv by dx. And acceleration can be written as v. Acceleration can be written as v, so v dv by dx. So v and v gets cancelled out. That means dv will be equals to dx. Let's simply integrate it. When x is equals to 1, v is 1. When x is equals to 3, we want to find out v. See how simple it is. But the only point is that you need to pay attention. Most of the time in NEET exam, students actually they fear and they forget that we have got this formula also. Or they forget that we can also do integration like this also. So this will become v minus 1 and this will become, actually this will become 3 minus 1. So v will be, this is 2 and this is 3 meter per second. I believe answer is 3 meter per second. Be quick. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Sorted? Clear? Ratan, you can ask your doubt. Ask your doubt. If you have any doubt, please let me know. Integration of 1 with respect to v is v. Upper limit is v, lower limit is 1. So v minus 1. The integration of 1 with respect to x is x. Upper limit is 3, lower limit is 1. So 3 minus 1. Done. Clear? Can we move on to the next one? This is from mains 2024. This is from mains 2024, mind you. They are saying they have given x, you have to find out the velocity when acceleration is 0. So I think we can do it. When acceleration is 0 means that acceleration will be dv by dt or double differentiation of displacement. And when they are talking about velocity, first of all, let's equate it to 0. And this is dx by dt. That will be 3t square minus 12t plus 20, right? And let's again differentiate it. So this will become 6t minus 12 is equals to 0. So t will be equals to 2 seconds. Let's substitute 2 seconds over here. 3 into square of 2 minus 12 into 2 plus 20. So this is 4, 12 minus 24 plus 12. So 20 minus 12, that is 8. 8 meter per second. 8 meter per second is the correct answer. Clear? Be quick. Easy. This is from NEET. sorry, this is from mains, JEE mains 2024. This is a question that they have asked, similar question in NEET 2025 this year. This year they have asked a problem like this. They have said t equals to root x plus 3. ठीक है, what you guys can do is you can solve it in two ways. You can make x as subject, or what you can do is you can differentiate this whole thing with x. What they are asking about, they are talking about when velocity is 0, right? So let's find out the equation for velocity. This will become 1 by 2 root x, right? And then let's inverse it. So this will become dx by dt, and this will become 2 root x. Or what you can do is you can write down root x is equals to t minus 3, and let's square it. So this will become t minus 3 whole square, and then you can differentiate it. Let me know if you have any doubt. Clear? Be quick. Done? After this, I think you guys can solve it, right? I'll give you lunch break after some time, don't worry. The velocity of a particle moving with constant acceleration. Moving with constant acceleration at an instant is 10 meter per second. At an instant, t naught is 10 meter per second. After 5 seconds, the velocity becomes 20 meter per second. So you can find out the value of acceleration. You can find out the value of acceleration. They are saying कि at a particular time t naught, velocity is 10, and after 5 seconds, velocity becomes 20. That means acceleration is of the change in velocity is 10. That means acceleration is of 2 meter per second, right? Acceleration is 2 meter per second, correct? Done? Acceleration will be 20 minus 10 divided by 5, that is 2 meter per second square. And now they are saying the velocity before 3 seconds. So before 3 seconds, so this is 3 seconds. They want to find out this v dash. So 10 equals to v dash plus a into t. So v dash will be 4 meter per second. Done? Clear? Be quick. Sorted? Acha, I've got one more question for you for nth displacement. Then we'll start motion under gravity. And in motion under gravity, I'll give you all the important tricks. That's what I'm going to do. In motion under gravity, we are not going to talk about the derivation. I'm going to simply give you the trick. I'll explain you how tricks works, and that will save a lot of time. Okay? This question says initially a body is at rest. It the acceleration is 5 meter per second square. Displacement in 18th second. Either you can use nth second formula directly, or you can use my trick also. My trick is that you can first find out the displacement till 18th second, and you can find out the displacement till 17th second, right? And then take the average value of these two. That is going to be your answer. Alright, what I am trying to say is that 18 times 5 is 90. So this is 90 meter. This is 90 meter. Right? Got it? This is going to be 90 meter. Or what you can do is, if you don't want to use the trick, simply use the formula. All right, 87.5, good, very good, good. All right. Now let's talk about motion under gravity. This is in kinematics, I believe differentiation integration section is important, and after this, last slide please, okay, integration differentiation is important, and after that motion under gravity is important, right? I think last to last year also they have been talking about motion under gravity a lot, so let's cover it now. In motion under gravity, first of all, some basic things. Acceleration due to gravity always acts downwards. You're going to take the value as 9.8 unless and until they say that you can take the value as 10. Right? If the particle is thrown upwards with, let's say, initial velocity u, at the topmost point v will become 0. We can find out the time for ascent. Time for ascent will be u divided by g. Will be u divided by g. Right? Clear? Done? Time for descent will also be same. It will take exactly the same time. So total time of flight will be 2u by g. 2u by g. For going up, we can simply write down v equals to u plus a into t. So ta will be u by g, and time for descent will also be same, so 2u by g, right? My dear friends, just to show you that it will also come down, I'm just to show you, I'm drawing it a different path. Okay? Although everyone knows it goes like this, goes up and it comes back along the same path. It comes back along the same path. So what I'm trying to say is that at every level, the magnitude of velocity will be same. At every level, at every altitude, at every height, whatever you want to say, the magnitude of velocity will be same. What I am trying to say is that if at this point velocity is v1, so over here magnitude will be v1. If this is v2, magnitude will be v2. If this is v3, magnitude will be v3. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? v1, so this is also v1, v2, this is also v2, v3, this is also v3. Quickly write down in the chat box. Everything's clear? These are some of the things which are very, very important. ठीक है? Done? If let's suppose you have thrown a particle from a certain height, let's say this is height h, and you have thrown a particle from certain height with velocity u. Simply use second equation. Definitely it will go up, then it will come down like this. But for us, what we are going to do is we are going to write displacement as minus h, initial velocity is u, time of flight is t, minus half g into t square. Simply solve this equation, you will get your answer of time of flight. Got it? If you want to find out with what velocity it hits the ground, let's say this is v. So you are going to, again you can write down v equals to v square is equals to u square plus 2 minus g into minus h. All right, clear? Done? If you have got these many particles A, B, C, D, E, tell me which particle will have the maximum velocity when it hits the ground. Let me know which particle will have the maximum velocity when it hits the ground. My question is, which particle will have maximum velocity when it hits ground? When it hits ground. Be quick. Which particle will have its maximum velocity when it hits the ground? Answer in the chat box. Be quick. Come on. Which particle will have the maximum velocity? Which will have the minimum velocity? Write down the order. Come on. You guys are in the chat box, na? Come on, write something in the chat box. Be quick. Which particle will have maximum velocity when it hits the ground? Bhai, some of you are saying E and A. What about others? Henry is saying E and A, Prem is saying E and A. What about others? Come on, let me know in the chat box. Every particle will have same velocity. Will have same velocity. Every particle will have same velocity. Please don't do this mistake. All right. Every particle will have same velocity. The reason is, please understand, when we were talking about these cases, if let's suppose it is thrown with velocity u, it comes back with velocity u, right? It comes back with velocity u, isn't it? Right? It comes back velocity with velocity u. That means, let's suppose if we are going to talk about this particle, if it is thrown with velocity u in this way, this is something like this. It is, although it is a two-dimensional motion, if it is thrown with velocity u at this particular point, it will fall back with u. It will fall back with u. Got it? Are you getting it what I am trying to say? Right? Done? Time will be time taken will be different. Time taken will be definitely different. This will take, E will take the least time time, right? For each particle, this is same, na my dear friends, this is same, and for initial velocity is also same for each and every particle. Distance is also same, so final velocities will also be same. Got it? Initial velocity is same, distance is same, so final velocity will also be same. Are you getting it what I'm trying to say? Quickly write down in the chat box if you have got any doubt. Maximum time will be taken by this. A will take maximum time. A will take maximum time to hit ground. Got it? Done. Prem, do you have any doubt? Henry, clear? Explanation is clear, or shall I explain it again? Be quick. Explanation is clear. Done? Chalo. Let's move to the next one. See, this is why I'm saying that these classes are very, very important, because along with the basic concepts, we are talking about some complex problems as well. Although this question is not at all complex, but you might think that okay, you'll use your common sense and you'll get to the correct answer, but correct your common sense. Chalo, let's move to the next one now. The next important note is this. A very important note. You don't have to prove it. If let's suppose we have got a particle, we have got two particles. Actually, we have got three particles, dosto. First particle is dropped. This particle is dropped from a certain height. This particle is dropped from the certain height. This particle is thrown upward. And this particle is thrown downward. So let's suppose this particle takes time t1, this particle takes time t2, and this particle takes time t. So t will be equals to under root t1 t2. Under root t1 t2. Very time savings formula, right? We are going to, this is what I was saying, that I'm going to come up with all of these formulas from motion under gravity. So if you are going to revise motion under gravity from here, you don't have to study it again, right? If you want to solve it, you can easily solve using kinematics equation, but don't waste your time in your final exam. Write down in the chat box if everything's clear with this one. T equals to under root t1 t2. Next is again a very, very important note. Remember it. In this they are saying, my dear friends, a body is dropped from a height of h above the ground. So a body is dropped from a height h above the ground. So initial velocity is 0. And then they are saying the ratio of distances, this is what I was talking about, the ratio of distances fallen in first 1 second, 2 second and 3 second, right? So ratio of distances in first second, in second 2 seconds, first 2 seconds sorry, and first 3 seconds. Dosto, displacement is actually equals to half gt square, because initial velocity is 0. That means S1 will be half g into 1 square is to half g into 2 square is to half g into 3 square. So that means this one is going to be 1:4:9. Please remember it. 1:4:9. Not 1:3:5, my dear friend. That is for the next one, I believe. ठीक है? For first 1 second, for first 2 second, for first 3 second. Is it clear? Clear, Ashmita, Surya, right? You guys might be talking about the second part. This is first. And now let's talk about the second. The second one is fallen in the first second, second second and third second. So for this one, what you can do is you can again use the nth second formula. Nth second is u, which is 0, plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. This is 0. That means for first, second and third. That means a by 2 is also same, right? A by 2 is also same in all of these things. That means it will be 2 minus 1, 2 into 2 minus 1, 2 into 3 minus 1. So you guys was talking about this, very good. 1:3:5. Remember this also. In motion under gravity, you have got four important things, or 4 or 5. Out of them, these are 2, and next one I am going to just now explain it. Clear? The next is this one. A particle is dropped from rest from a large height, assume g to be constant. The time taken to fall through successive distances of 1 meter. Successive distances of 1 meter. Answer for this is, why I am explaining answer for this, because I want you to remember it. Answer for this one is C. And you need to remember it, but now we can prove it also. Come on, quickly write down in the chat box if all of this is making sense to you. Be quick. Be quick, दोस्तों. Done? Let's see. Let's check this one out. ठीक है? √1 is to √2 minus √1, √3 minus √2, and then √4 minus √3. Right? See. If a particle is dropped from a large height, let's say this is 1 meter, time taken to travel this 1 meter is, let's suppose, t1, right? And that will be found out by 1 meter is equals to half g into t1 square. That means t1 will be 2 upon g, √2 upon g. Please see, huh? This is t1. दोस्तों, for next 1 meter, we are saying कि let's say time taken is t2. This time is, let's say, capital T2. So small t2 will be capital T2 minus t1. Acha, capital T2 can be written as 2 meter half g into capital T2 square. From here, capital T2 will be written as 2 times 2 divided by g. Can you please write down in the chat box if everything's clear till here? Be quick. Be quick. I am using second equation, S is equals to ut plus half at square. I am explaining it to you. After it, please remember it. You don't have to derive it in your final exam, right? From motion under gravity, please remember I have explained each and every formula till now. You don't have to derive it in exam, correct? So that makes small t2 as 2 times 2 under root g minus 2 by g. Is that correct? So if you are going to take the ratio of these two things, this is root 2 by g, and let's take common root 2 by g, and this will become I believe dosto root 2 minus root 1, and this will get cancelled out, and this is what you are getting, root 2 root 1 root 2 minus root 1 is 2, and this will be root 3 minus root 2 and so on. ठीक है? Be after this you guys can carry on. I have said answer C, Ratan. I have said answer C only. I have said answer C only. Root 1, root 2 minus root 1. Root 1, root 2 minus root 1, and then so on. If you are going to keep on going for third meter as well, then so on. Clear? Everything's clear in the chat box. Be quick. Write down. Sorted? Now we are going to talk about graphs. Another thing which is very easy, but for NEET students, they somehow don't do this question in their final NEET exam. Sorted? Chalo. Let's begin the concept of graphs. My dear friends, before starting graphs, before talking about distance time graph, velocity time graph, acceleration time graph, let me explain you the basic concepts of graph. Let me explain you the mathematical aspect of graph, and then you can use those concepts anywhere you want, right? Because graphs can be asked in any other chapter also. Let's suppose that we have got some random graphs drawn over here. These are your normal x-axis. This is y-axis. Right now I am not putting anything on x-axis or y-axis. There can be any physical quantities on these axes, right? Let's see the first graph something like this. Let's see the first graph like this. This graph tells you that whatever is on y-axis and x-axis, the graph is something like this, that the thing which is on y-axis is not changing when x is changing. The thing which is on y-axis is not changing when x is changing. That means y is constant and x is changing. This is also a straight line graph. What else we can talk about this? The slope of the graph is 0. The slope of the graph is 0. Why slope is 0? Because we always calculate the slope from the positive x-axis in anti-clockwise direction. So this angle is acute, less than 90 degree. That means its slope is positive. And in this graph, y is increasing as x is increasing. This is what do we mean by positive slope. If y is increasing as x is increasing, and usually in motion, in our chapter of kinematics, on x-axis you know we have time. So time will never decrease, time will always increase. So if time is always increasing and if y is also increasing, that means it will have a positive slope. So if velocity's magnitude is increasing, that means it will have a positive slope. Graph like this. Dosto, at any point, draw an angle from a line which is parallel to x-axis. This angle is greater than 90 degree. That means slope is negative. Slope is negative, it means that as x is increasing, y is decreasing. Y decreases as x increases. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? But all three graphs are straight lines. So these will be called as a straight line graph. And the general equation of these lines are going to be y equals to mx plus c, in which This equation will be y equals to mx. This will be also y equals to mx. The only difference is that m will be negative over here, m will be positive over here. And I'm sorry, in this you will also have c. And in this, c will be 0 because I wanted it to pass through origin. Be quick. Done? Clear? Is everything sorted till here? Shall I explain you the next set of graphs? Done? For the next set of graphs, let's suppose we want to discuss a graph like this. This is x-axis, this is y-axis. Now in this, y is increasing as x increases, but the only difference is that slope is positive and increasing. Slope is also increasing. How do I know that? At anywhere, draw a tangent. Draw a tangent. This is a tangent at origin. This is a tangent at this point. This is a tangent at this point. Draw a tangent at any point and you are saying that the inclination of that tangent is increasing. Right? We are going to mark an angle. You guys can do that. And this is also increasing. All right. Clear? Now let's come back to physics. I'll explain some of the usual graphs. For example, as graphs like this. Can you tell me about the body? X is, by the way, displacement from the origin and t is time. Can you tell me something about this? This body is at rest. Body is at rest and is at x equals to x naught from origin. From origin. It is not moving. Its speed will be 0, velocity will be 0, everything is going to be 0. Right? What about this one? Body starts from origin and moves with constant velocity. How do I know that? This is why I have explained you two things. First is graph, another thing was differentiation. Hear me out very, very carefully. Slope is constant or not? Yes, it is a straight line. Slope is constant. Slope is positive? Yes, that means velocity will be positive and velocity will be constant. Done? This one, slope is not constant. Slope is increasing. That means velocity is increasing. So body starts from origin. Body starts from origin and moves with increasing velocity towards positive x-axis. We can also add one thing, towards positive x-axis, towards positive direction, also towards positive direction. Clear? Everything is sorted. My dear friends, be quick. Let me know in the chat box. You guys can also see the slope of this will tell you always slope of displacement, time graph will tell you velocity. So it makes complete sense, right? Next, see how many graphs we have got over here. Now I want you to be a little interactive. Body does not start from origin, body starts from x naught and it moves in positive x direction with increasing velocity because slope is increasing. Dosto, slope is increasing. What about this one? Find the answer for this one. This one is again easy. Body starts from x naught Body starts from x naught, moves towards origin with the constant velocity. What about the negative slope? The point about negative slope is that it is something like this. That let's suppose this is your origin, this is your origin, this is your body, this is at x naught, t equals to 0, and the body is moving with constant velocity v. And it passes the origin at this time, and then it keeps on going. Is it clear? Right? By slope is negative, fine. Negative, what do you mean by negative? Negative means direction is negative, direction is opposite, right? So it passes the origin, it passes with the same velocity and it keeps on moving, right? What about this one? Find me the answer for this one. First of all, tell me what happens to the magnitude of the velocity. Because one thing is certain, it is coming back to the origin. It is coming back to the origin, this is certain. Body is somewhere over here at x equals to x naught, at t equals to 0. It is coming in this direction. I am talking about what happens to its speed, whether speed is decreasing or increasing. Write down in the chat box. Everyone, be quick. Write down in the chat box whether speed of this particle is increasing or decreasing. Whether the speed of this particle is increasing or decreasing. I think there is not a lot of time delay between me speaking and you hearing me. Why you guys are not answering? All my Yaqeen students, Power Batch students, tell me what happens to the magnitude of the velocity. And by the way, all the new students also, please you can introduce yourself. I'll clear your doubt. Bhai Ratan, if everything is clear, then answer. If everything is clear, then answer. Decrease. Come on. It is increasing, beta. It is increasing. Magnitude is increasing, it is not decreasing. I'll repeat my question, Saksham. My question is that this particle at t equals to 0, it is at x naught. It is definitely moving towards origin, my dear friends. This is origin, right? When it reaches the origin, I'm saying what happens to the magnitude of the velocity, whether it decreases or increases. The magnitude of velocity is increasing, it is not decreasing. It is getting steeper and steeper. It is getting steeper and steeper. All right. See, acha, I'll help you. I'll help you. Don't worry. Keep your pen down. Let me help you. Let me help you. What will happen if I'm drawing a diagram like this? Don't worry, my dear friends. This is why you are watching this live lecture. This is exactly why you are watching this live lecture. Sir, lunch break, please. Definitely, I'll give you lunch break after this. Ratan, first of all, let's keep one thing very clear. If you are saying velocity decreases and magnitude, bhai, when we are talking about decrease or increase, we are talking about magnitude only. Other than magnitude, we have got only direction. So it is certain, Ratan, that particle is moving towards the origin. So direction is certain, that direction is negative. Got it? Now let's talk about the magnitude. What will happen, my dear friends, that if I'll draw a graph like this, what you are going to say? No, please answer my question. What are you going to say? What are you going to say for this one? For this one, let's go step by step now. After this, I'll give you break. Hold on. I am also I am also teaching na. I also want food. Hold on. Answer my question. What happens to this one? This is at rest, right? This particle is at rest at x equals to x naught. Correct? If I draw a graph like this, you will say, sir, it is moving with constant velocity. It is moving with constant velocity. This way, this body is moving with constant velocity towards origin. And you will say, sir, it takes time t1 to pass origin. I'll draw another graph. It takes time t2. Acha, now tell me which particle has greater velocity. This particle is at rest. This particle crosses origin in time t1. This particle crosses origin in time t2. So this one has got greater magnitude of velocity. Now if I am saying here I have got a graph like this, so can't you see this, the magnitude of velocity is increasing. If I draw a graph like this, right, it will take more time. Now is it clear now? All right. See how minute concepts work, right? And this is actually not that difficult. You guys are getting confused. I think now it's making complete sense. Please remember, this is negative. This negative only means the direction. Direction, right? The magnitude of the slope will tell you the magnitude of the velocity. Got it? Great. So, what happens for this one? Last one, my dear friends. What happens for the last one? Then I'll give you a break. Then I will give you break. For this one. Particle starts from origin. So I used to draw trees like this in my childhood. Huh? Trees like this and your normal, hai na? Very unique tree. So particle starts from origin. It moves with some velocity. At t1 time, please see its slope becomes 0. That means from here, this is t equals to 0. At t1 time, it comes at rest, and then from here it goes back into in this direction, and then it crosses origin at time t2. It crosses origin at time t2, and can you please see its speed is increasing? The magnitude of velocity is increasing just like this graph. And it makes complete sense. Why? Because it has got some initial velocity. Let's suppose it has got initial velocity 10 meter per second, and it has got acceleration of 2 meter per second square in opposite direction. So in 5 seconds, this 10 will become 0, and then in another 5 seconds, this 0 will become 10, and then it will keep on moving in this direction with increasing velocity, with increasing speed. Got it? Clear? So from here till here, from t equals to 0 to t1, speed is decreasing. That is why at this point slope becomes 0. At this point slope becomes 0. So from this point to this point, slope is positive and decreasing. So what do you mean by positive? Positive means that it is moving in this direction and it is slowing down. Slows down, slows down, slows down. It becomes at rest at this point. After this, it turns back and then it starts to move. This basically means that slope is negative and it is increasing. What do you mean by increasing? That means speed will be increasing. Got it? Everything is clear? Sorted? Be quick. Now combine this with calculus. We have solved every type of problem, right? Do you remember they were talking about that at t equals to 0 it was at 1 meter, at t equals to 0 it was moving with 1 meter per second, all of those things, right? Clear? Kya you guys need break? I think we can stretch it a bit, huh? Or no? Can we only complete velocity times only? Then two-dimensional motion in a plane will start after break. Let's only complete velocity time. It will hardly take 10 minutes, and then we'll start motion in a plane after break. No, इसके लिए भी no. हाँ, okay, good, very good. अच्छा, I'm giving you two graphs for homework. Do it, and after break let me know. Just don't go abhi, right? We are going to complete velocity time graph. I'll just take 10 more minutes, then I'll give you a good break. Solve this in homework. Think about it. It will clear all of your doubts. Body is at rest. Body moves with constant velocity. That means acceleration is 0. Slope is constant. That means acceleration is positive and constant. What do I mean by positive? Positive basically means the direction. है ना? That's what positive basically means. This, in all of these things, initial velocity is 0. Initial velocity is v0. In this one, acceleration is positive and constant, and initial velocity is v0. Initial velocity is v0, right? Initial velocity is v0. Quickly, tell me about this one. Initial velocity is u0. Initial velocity is, sorry, v0. Acceleration is negative and constant. It comes to rest at t0, and what happens after t0? It turns back. What happens after t0? It turns back. Let me tell you, let me draw the diagram also for you. The diagram is something like this, my dear friends, that at t equals to 0, we really don't know where this body is, huh? We don't know where this body is. We know that it is moving with v0, and at t0, it comes to rest, and then it starts moving in this direction. That means all along acceleration must be acting in this direction. All along acceleration must be acting in this direction, and acceleration must be constant. All along acceleration must be acting in negative x direction, and it must be constant. How do I know it is constant? Because slope is constant and it is negative. Is that correct? What about this one? Initial velocity is 0 and acceleration is positive and increasing. Acceleration is positive and increasing. Hi Raj, hi. Acceleration is positive and increasing. What about this one? What about this one? Be quick. You guys fumbled in this type of problem for displacement time graph. Now at least explain this one. Be quick. Initial velocity is u naught. Sorry, initial velocity is v naught. It is coming to rest, huh? Please understand, it is coming to rest. So it comes to rest. Comes to rest at t naught. So what is difference between this and this? Difference is that in this one acceleration is negative and increasing. So acceleration is also increasing. Raj bro, acceleration is not positive, it is negative. If it was positive, then we would have got this graph. Then the graph would have looked something like this. It starts from here and then it moves like this, isn't it? Right? ठीक है? Everything sorted? Clear? Just 2 or 3 more graphs, then a quick break. Acceleration time graph. Acceleration is 0. Acceleration is positive and constant. Acceleration is negative and constant. And acceleration is positive and increasing. Acceleration is positive and increasing. Right? Clear? So this is all done. This is for your homework. Although very easy, but for your homework. All right. So let me come back to our master plan for today. So we have completed till here. Our next target is this. How much time of break you guys want? Right now it's 2:27. 2:27. 20 minutes is I think sufficient, right? So let's meet at 2:50 p.m. All right, clear? हाँ क्या? Henry, please ask your doubt if you have any doubt. Done? 20 minutes break. All right. Robin, we are going to study till night, at least till 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. Okay. Have something to eat. Please refresh yourself. Take rest and then come back after 20 minutes. Okay. 20 minutes is more than sufficient. After 20 minutes also 5-10 minutes we'll talk and then we'll start. Okay, chalo, don't waste your energy now in the chat box, but after 20 minutes do come. Please see that in these 2 chapters we have done so much of things in 3 hours. So basically 1.5 hours for one chapter. I'm taking 1.5 hours for one chapter and I'm completing 19% of topics. If you guys don't believe it, just go through your notes, your modules, your books and see. We are completing 90% of things in under 1.5 hours. Even if you are going to self-study these things, you might not match this efficiency. Okay? So see you after 20 minutes. Bye-bye. हेलो दोस्तों, हेलो एवरीवन, हेलो, वेलकम बैक. Hi everyone, hi. Welcome back, my dear friends. Now let's start 2D. We are going to do relative motion in a plane, that is two-dimensional motion. A very, very warm welcome. Welcome back. Now we are going to start two-dimensional motion. All right. No, Surya, I was not late. I was in the class, I mean, in an all of break. ठीक है? Chalo. So now let's start two-dimensional motion. I hope everything is clear from motion in a straight line, that is rectilinear motion. Projectile motion. First, we'll start with ground to ground projection, right? We are not going to discuss the definition of projectile motion, that all of those things are pretty simple. In ground to ground projection, let's suppose particle has initial velocity u and we have thrown it at an angle of theta from the horizontal, right? Yeah, from the horizontal. The path of this projectile will look somewhat like this, correct? We'll first make two components of this initial velocity. These are going to be u cos theta, which is ux, and u sin theta, which is uy. Right? As we know that all of this business is happening on Earth. On Earth, we have got acceleration due to gravity, whose value is g in downward direction, and there is no acceleration in horizontal direction unless and until some air resistance or some drag force is being talked about, right? So ax is 0, ay will be equals to g. Since there is no acceleration in x direction velocity will never change. So this velocity never changes. So it's simply like a one-dimensional motion with a simple change, that now we are going to talk about two one-dimensional quotients in one part, in one question, right? So it has got two types of motion. One is along the x direction, one is along the y direction. Now again, I'll ask you in the chat box, how many of you have got some or a bit of problem in two-dimensional motion, kinematics? If you have got a problem, let me tell you a trick. It is a very simple trick. All you need to do is you need to simply apply what you have learned in motion in 1D in x-axis and separately in y-axis. That's it. No big difference, right? So whatever we have talked about, whatever equations we have talked about, every equation is valid. The only difference is now x will be dealt in x, y will be dealt in y. Got it? That's it. So this never changes. This component of velocity will keep on decreasing. So as you are going to move up, this velocity, this component will keep on decreasing, and at the topmost point it will become 0. So Vy will become 0, and as I have told you, the horizontal component never changes. So at this point also this will remain ux, and after this the magnitude of this component will keep on increasing, and at this point it will be Vy dash, and this one will be equals to, the magnitude will be equals to uy sine theta. This is u cos theta. This will never change, and the velocity will also be same. I mean the magnitude will also be same. So finally the v dash will also be equals to u, and this angle will be also theta, right? And this remains same as ux. No change in this. Hopefully everything is clear. I'm not going to waste your time in deriving things. I'm going to simply write down the formula. Even better, I'm going to explain some of 4 or 5 super duper small tricks for two-dimensional motion. Very, very important. Just see over here. You know the basic formulas, hai na? Everybody knows the basic formula, like for example as range. Range is equals to 2ux uy divided by g, or 2u square sine theta cos theta divided by g. Hold on, hold on. I know that these are the basic formula everyone knows, but let me explain you some special things about motion in a plane. R can be also written as u square sine 2 theta divided by sine 2 theta divided by g. Everyone knows this formula also. Using this formula, we are going to say one thing. First of all, the range for complementary angles are going to be same. Not using this formula, but using this formula, using this part, range for complementary angles are going to be same. Second point, maximum range for a given velocity will be at theta equals to 45 degree. Will be theta at 45 degree, right? Done? Clear? Moving ahead, time of flight will be 2uy by g, 2uy by g, and h max, maximum height, is going to be uy square by 2g, uy square by 2g. Hopefully everything is clear. These are the basic formulas. I am not saying that there is something new over here. What something can be new for you is this. Let's discuss these many formulas. Again, let me tell you, although there is also one thing that we must discuss, that usually NTA does not ask a lot of things from projectile motion. Last year also they have not asked anything from the projectile motion as far as I can remember. But again, we can't take risk. This might they can ask it, right? So these are some of the very, very important formulas. We were talking about complementary angles. For complementary angles, range are same. That means for 30 degree, 60 degree range will be same if thrown with the same velocity. For 20 degree, 70 degree range will be same, right? But what happens for time of flight? So if you are going to find out the difference between the time of flight for complementary angle, it will be 2r by g. So these are some of the things which you must remember, and let me know in the chat box if you guys already know it. The time difference between the difference of time of flight between the two cases where we are going to talk about complementary angle is 2r by g. The ratio of maximum height for complementary angle is tan theta. It makes complete sense, है ना? You don't have to prove it. Even if you are going to prove it, it will take hardly 2 minutes. See, maximum height is u square sine square theta divided by 2g. So u square and 2g gets cancelled out. Sine square theta divided by cos square theta, and that is going to be. Do we have anything else over here, dosto? Uy square. I think we'll have a tan square theta over here, right? We will have over here as tan square theta. I'll explain it to you. Maximum height can be, we can find out the maximum height using this equation. Vy square equals to u square sine square theta minus 2g into h max. So h max Vy is 0. So h max comes out to be u square sine square theta divided by 2g. So there is a small correction, please do it. This is tan square theta. If you are going to multiply these two things, it will become r square by 16. It will become r square by 16. Please remember it. That means if I am going to talk about range, range can be 4 times of under root h theta and h 90 minus theta. Please see, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are 4 different questions over here in form of small tricks, right? Small formulas. Angle of projection for which maximum height is equals to range. If maximum height is equals to range, please remember angle comes out to be nearly 76 degrees. So again, this will save a lot of time. Tan theta comes out to be 4 and 4 is approximately 76 degree. Remember it. Maximum height for maximum range, that means theta for 45 degree. So it comes out to be maximum range divided by 4. Maximum range divided by 4. Ratan, do you have any doubt? Be quick, ask me. And this is the shortcut. 4 times of maximum height equals to r tan theta or 5t square. This is also one very, very important shortcut. Please remember this thing also. 4 times of h max is equals to r tan theta is equals to 5t square. If they have given you range and they want to find out time of flight, you can directly find out time of flight using this formula. Got it? Sorry, if you have got maximum height, then you can directly find out time of flight, or if you have got angle, then you can directly find out any of the 3, right? Equation of trajectory. Hopefully there is no doubt in equation of trajectory, my dear friends. If you want to talk about equation of trajectory, how equation of trajectory is being formed, please remember that we are going to discuss. Let me tell you this using the diagram. Let's say that any given point, this is the point and this is the coordinates x comma y, and this is at some time t, right? This is at some time t. So I can write down the value of y. Y will be written as uy into t minus half g into t square. X can be written as ux into t. So from here, substitute the value of t into the first equation, that is x divided by u cos theta. Substitute it over here and you will get your answer as something like this. X tan theta times 1 minus x upon r. Be quick, write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Done? Right? Equation of trajectory is again a very important and easy thing. They give you questions like this. Y equals to x minus x square by 20. So let's take x common and you will get 1 minus x by 20. And then you can compare it with the general equation, that is y equals to x tan theta 1 minus x upon r. Got it? This is what we have derived using that, x tan theta times 1 minus x upon r. X tan theta 1 minus x upon r. That means x tan theta will be equals to x, this can be cancelled out, and tan theta will be equals to 1, right? Also that means theta is 45 degree and range is 20. They were talking about, and range is 20. Now देखो, what you guys can do is, now you can also use this formula that H max can be r tan theta divided by 4, right? R tan theta divided by 4. So H max can be r tan theta divided by 4. So that means r times 1 divided by 4, range was 20, so H max is going to be 5 meter. Are you getting it, how you can save some time? Write down in the chat box. Got it? What is the use of these small formulas that you can use? Be quick. We have now moved into motion in 2D. Great. Very good. Ajay, they can also ask a question like this. Although this is from case 2. In case 2, what happens? In case 2, what happens, that we have got a particle is thrown from a height, and a particle can be thrown horizontally or it can be thrown at some angle. So first let's discuss that particle is thrown horizontally. First let's discuss that the particle is thrown horizontally with some velocity u. Done? I'll explain all the cases abhi. And also we know the height of this tower. Let's say height is h. Can you please tell me what is the initial velocity in y direction? Well, we don't have any initial velocity in y direction, that makes it as 0. Displacement in y direction when this particle will fall, somewhat like this, displacement in y direction is h. That means minus h is equals to minus half g into t square. That makes t equals to under root 2h by g, which is a very common formula. And after finding out this time of flight, range will be found out by simply writing velocity in x direction, that is u cos theta multiplied by 2h by g. Done? Now please see how we are going to use this formula to solve a very common question of staircase. Let's suppose दोस्तों we have got a staircase, we have got n stairs. Let's suppose we have got n stairs, right? And each stair has a height of h. Each stair's height is h, and each stair's width is b. You have to find out the relation between n and u. You have to find out the relation of n. Let's do it. Let's do it quickly. Dosto, if let's suppose we are saying that height of each stair is h, that makes the total height of these staircase as n into h. N into h, and the width, that means the range of this becomes n into b. Hopefully everything is clear. And also initial velocity is u. Using this, my dear friends, I can write range, that is equals to n multiplied by b, is equals to initial velocity in x direction, that is complete u multiplied by time of flight. This is one equation. This is one equation. Clear? Write down in the chat box, my dear friends. Clear? Next equation is displacement in y direction is n into h is equals to minus half g into t square. That means time of flight will be under root 2n into h divided by g. Now we know what time is. Let's substitute it over here. That gives us n into b is equals to u multiplied by 2n into h divided by g. Let's square it. So you are going to get n square b square is equals to u square times 2n into h divided by g. N can be cancelled out. As I have told you, we wanted to find out the value of small n, and small n comes out to be 2u square into h whole divided by b square into g. I don't want you to remember this. If you guys can remember it, fine, very good. But please know how to solve it. Got it? There is a difference where you are going to remember things and you are going to save your time, and there are some things which will take a lot of effort to remember. Hopefully it makes sense, right? Write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Done? Now let's start relative motion in 1D. Acha, before that, let me also explain you the next case for this. The next case is when a particle is thrown from a tower at an angle. And this angle is theta and this is u, right? So for this one also you don't have to worry about. This is u cos theta, this is u sin theta, this is u sin theta, and this is u cos theta. Let's say the height of the tower is h. So displacement traveled is minus h. Displacement traveled is minus h. Initial velocity is u sin theta multiplied by time of flight minus half g into t square. We don't have a general formula for this. We don't have a specific formula for this, but this equation perfectly works, right? This is equation works. We are going to rely on this equation after finding out the time of flight. So after finding out the time of flight, it will come down something like this, and this is going to be range, and range will be found out using similar thing, like for example as u cos theta multiplied by t. U cos theta multiplied by t. So this is the next case, right? Now they can ask you different questions, like for example as if a particle is thrown from a moving car, right? So add the velocity of moving car into the particle, all sorts of things, right? Now let me start relative motion in 1D. Before that, let me also explain one or two more questions to you. There is also a very important problem related with balloons, all right? A balloon question. What happens in these questions is that let's suppose that you have got a hot air balloon. You've got a hot air balloon and it is going up with some initial with some acceleration of 2 meter per second square. Please hear me out very carefully. These things are important, right? Let's say that this balloon is going up with an acceleration of 2 meter per second square, and at a particular point the balloon has some velocity of 20 meter per second, and a particle is dropped out from it after 10 seconds. After 10 seconds from this point. Now let me explain the question to you, right? If you get a problem like this, na, first of all, when they talk about the acceleration of balloon 2 meter per second square, this includes gravity calculation. You don't have to worry about gravity. You don't have to worry about gravity. This acceleration of 2 meter per second square is, they are giving it use by calculating it with gravity and all. So you don't have to worry about gravity. Got it? Now understand one thing. After 10 seconds, the balloon will have a velocity of v equals to 20 plus 10 into 2. That means 40 meter per second. That means after 10 seconds, balloon is going up with a velocity of 40 meter per second and it has an acceleration of 2 meter per second square. But please remember, as long as the particle was inside the hot air balloon, inside the basket of this hot air balloon, the particle was also moving up with an acceleration of 2. Everything which is part of this balloon was moving up with an acceleration of 2. But particle doesn't have acceleration of its own. Particle has no engine. So as soon as you are going to drop the particle, just like this, as soon as you are going to drop the particle becomes outside of this system, right? And now what happens is that this particle will now have initial velocity of 40 meter per second, and then suddenly it will be in presence of gravity, that means with an acceleration of 10, and then you are going to simply solve it like any other motion under gravity question. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? Be quick. Got it? So as soon as the particle, when we are saying that particle is dropped, but that doesn't mean that particle's initial velocity is 0. Particle will have the velocity of the system at the point of dropping. Is it clear? Write down in the chat box. This is very, very important question, right? So now let's move to relative motion in 1D. Done? Let's move to relative motion in 1D. Achha, by the way, this is considered as a very, very important topic for NEET, because last year also they have asked a good problem from relative motion. Do you remember that girl between city X and Y and buses were moving, bus service, right? Got it? Done? So that was from relative motion in 1D, right? We are going to solve it in next class. Let's suppose you have got two bodies, A and B. A is moving with VA velocity, B is moving with VB velocity. A is moving with acceleration of A, B is moving with acceleration of B, right? Question, we are going to come to question. Hold on. After this, I'll come to question, Henry. Okay? Wait for some more time. What do we mean when we say velocity of A with respect to B? This is written as velocity of A with respect to B. We are going to write it as VA minus VB, VA minus VB, or velocity of B with respect to A will be written as velocity of B minus velocity of A. Using these two, this is velocity of B with respect to A, and using these two equations we are going to write VAB can be written as minus times of VBA. This is not that important. The important part is how to use relative motion. देखो, you guys are saying, sir, let's do some questions. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make you able to solve questions using concepts. So hold on. We use relative motion in various places, especially in those places where we want to find out the separation between two particles, where we want to find out the time taken by one body to overtake the other, when we want to find out the time when two particles collide, in all of these types of questions. But what do we really mean? Let's suppose that A is moving with 10 meter per second and B is moving with 30 meter per second. So when we say that velocity of A with respect to B, when we are talking about velocity of A with respect to B, what we are trying to say is that let's suppose that we are sitting on particle B. Let's suppose particle B is our system, is our earth. Like for example, as right now, what do you think, what is my state of my motion? You will say, sir, it is at rest. Why? Because you are also on earth, I am also on earth. When we are in the same system, we always assume our velocity to be zero, our state to be zero, even if we are accelerating. Is that correct? Right? So when we are going to talk about velocity of A with respect to B, the first thing that we'll do is we'll keep B at rest. Now you will say, sir, B is actually not at rest. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a jugaad. In Hindi we say a jugaad. In English we'll say we'll use a type of a modification into the problem, and that will look something like this. If I want this body to be at rest, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the same velocity in backward direction. I'm going to apply the same velocity in backward direction. This cancels out this velocity. Acha, I just can't modify one body. I have to do the same thing into this entire system. So I'm going to do it over here as well. Now this is not getting completely cancelled out. When I'll try to cancel out this speed, I'll still have 20 meter per second in negative direction. This is the velocity of A with respect to B, and it completely makes sense. I'll explain it to you how. When you are going to say velocity of A with respect to B, we have written velocity of A, that is, this is in positive direction, so this is 10 meter per second, minus velocity of B, this is also in positive direction, so plus, the answer comes out to be minus 20. But this doesn't make that much sense than this. Imagination. If you are going to ask B, yeah, what do you think, what is happening with A? So B will say that A is actually moving away from me. Why? Because after each second, B will cover 30 meter of distance and A will cover 10 meter of distance after each second. So there is a gap of 20 meter. There is a gap of 20 meter. Now you tell me whether it is a gap, whether this gap will increase or decrease. You will say definitely, sir, increase, because after one more second, this will travel 30 meter and this will travel 10 meter. So again there will be a 20 meter of gap. Then after once again there will be a 20 meter of gap. So in each second there is a gap of 20 meter. That means 20 meter per second is the relative velocity in which the gap, there is a gap. That means towards negative direction. Write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Similar to the concept of velocity, we are going to also write down acceleration of A with respect to B. Acceleration of A with respect to B, it will be written as acceleration of A minus acceleration of B, and acceleration of B with respect to A will be written as simply acceleration of B minus acceleration of A. Also we can write it about displacement. Fine. Now let's discuss one question. Find using relative motion. Be quick, my dear friends. Find using relative motion. The time taken to solve this question should be equal to the answer of this question. The time taken to solve this problem should be equals to the answer of this question. If you are going to do it correctly, be quick. Quick answer, my dear friends. Arey yaar, I'm so sorry. There's one mistake. The height is 100 meter. Now solve. Now again take time. Height is 100 meter. Henry, Robin, Prem, everyone. Height is 100 meter. Be quick. Height is 100 meter. Please remember, you can make any body at rest using the concept of relative motion. You can assume that any body is at rest, and for us to do that, we'll have to modify the question. Modify it. Shall I explain? Can we make this body at rest? Using the concept of relative motion, let's make B at rest. Let's make B at rest using the concept of relative motion. So that means we'll have to apply 30 meter per second velocity in this direction. So this gets cancelled out. Now this is at rest, right? We are going to add the same velocity on A. That means velocity of A with respect to B comes out to be plus 50 meter per second. Makes sense? In upward direction, right? Also, my dear friends, acceleration of A with respect to B is 0. Why? Because acceleration of A is downward, minus g, then minus B. For B also it is minus g. That means it is 0. That means there is no acceleration in our relative world. Please understand this simple thing. You will get your one question sorted, or one good level problem sorted for your NEET 2026 exam. Understand it. In our relative world, there is no acceleration. Velocity of A with respect to B is 50. B is at rest. Distance is 100. That means time taken will be distance divided by speed. That is 2 seconds. In reality, this is not what happens. In reality, what happens that in 2 seconds it goes up, it goes down, and they somewhere over here they strike. And that you can now find out using SA. That is UA into T minus half G into T square. This is 40 minus 20, that is 20 meter. So from here it is 20 meter, and from here it is 80 meter. Clear? My dear friends, be quick. Done? Although again I'm saying that I'm going to solve many more questions in my question practice class, but this is a very what we can say a very typical type of a problem. In this question they say three particles A, B and C are at the vertices of an equilateral triangle. So we have got an equilateral triangle like this and we have got three particles A, B and C. We have got three particles A, B and C situated at the vertices, fine, and they are saying that moving simultaneously at a constant speed v in the direction of adjacent particles which falls ahead in anti-clockwise direction. Anti-clockwise direction would mean this, that means A is moving like this, B is moving like this and C is moving like this, and they are going to eventually meet at the center something like this. We have to find out the time, right? We have to find out the time. Very good, very good. So for doing these types of problem, what you can actually do is you can make A at rest using our relative concept. Assume A to be at rest. Assume A to be at rest, right? So if A is at rest, we are going to give the same velocity to B in this direction. Let's forget about C, because if we are in our relative world, if we are assuming that A and B are meeting, then actually in real world all three together are meeting at that same point, right? Is that clear? So this is velocity V and this is now at rest. Now let's find out the net velocity of B along this line. So this is also V, this is angle 60 degree because it's an equilateral triangle. The component of this V along this line is going to be V cos 60. V cos 60. Let me know. Clear? V cos 60. That means velocity of B with respect to A along line joining A, is V plus V cos 60. That is 3V by 2. So that means time will be distance is I believe A, and divided by 3V by 2. So this is going to be your answer. And similar to this, you can now solve questions related with rectangle. You can solve questions related with hexagon. Got it? Using the same concept. In hexagon there are going to be 6 particles. In rectangle there are going to be 4 particles. But we'll only pick 2 particles. When those 2 particles will meet in our relative world, in reality all the particles are going to be meet simultaneously. Is that clear? Write down in the chat box. Sorted? Can I move on? Solve this question. Solve this question using the concept of relative motion, using the concept of assuming one of the particle to be at rest. Be quick. Be really quick. Let's solve this question. A train of length 150 meter, is running towards north. Let's suppose this is north with 10 meter per second. A parrot flies 5 meter per second towards south. That means a parrot flies with 5 meter per second towards south to the railway track. The time taken by the parrot to cross the train. Simple. This is 150. Stop the train. Stop the train. That means add 10 meter per second of velocity in this direction. Parrot has now velocity of parrot with respect to train is 15 meter per second. And so time will be distance is 150 divided by 15, that means 10 seconds. This is just to brush your concepts. This is just to give you a quick revision how relative motion works, right? Now let's move to slightly complex problems like rain man problem or river man, river swimmer, river boat, whatever you want to call. Let's complete these two, then we are going to move to NLM, right? Got it? Done? Chalo. In riverman problem, mostly two cases are being asked. The first case is that when man is at rest, the rain appears to fall vertically. So when man is at rest, this is actually in reality the velocity of rain is something like this, right? And when man starts to move, he has to hold umbrella. Or the rain appears to come at a certain angle. The rain appears to come at a certain angle from the vertical. Something like this. So this is velocity of man and this is velocity of rain with respect to man. Whether you are going to talk about velocity of rain with respect to man or whether you are going to talk about velocity of boat with respect to river or man with respect to river, we are going to use similar concept, and those concepts are velocity of rain with respect to man can be written as our general formula velocity of river minus velocity of man. That gives velocity of river as the vector sum of velocity of rain with respect to man plus velocity of man. So using this simple triangle we can solve questions. I'll give you one question and let's see if you guys can do it. Let's see. Solve this question. Be quick. Friends, we are going to increase the level of the question. Hold on. Let's quickly revise these things in today's class. In the next class, 90% of questions are going to be from mains only. 90%. In today's class, our motive is not to just solve the question. Our motive is to complete the concepts also. Right? Let's see. Let's solve this question. Be quick. A man is at rest. A man at rest observes the rain falling vertically. When he walks at 4 km/h, he has to hold the umbrella at an angle of 53 degree from the vertical. Find the velocity of raindrops. Quick. Find the velocity of raindrops. This is 4. This is VR and the person has to hold the umbrella at an angle of 53 degree from the vertical. That makes this angle to be 37 degree, right? And this is VR. So that makes tan 37 degree equals to perpendicular, that is VR divided by 4, and VR will be 3 by 4 times 4, that is 3 km/h. Alright, clear? Correct. Chalo, let's solve this question. let's solve this one. Be quick. This is from case 2. This is from case 2. Dekho, the reason that I am explaining you the concept first is that we have planned the lectures in that way. We have planned the lectures in that way. Else, I have just now taken one live session on a different channel of PW only, on physics wall only. There you can see the level of my questions, right? So you will have to wait. I'll come back with a question practice class after 3 days. In that we are going to do 90% of questions from mains which might come in NEET or which looks like NEET 2025 level. Okay, let's do it. Option. In this question they are saying, now please see, this is actually from case 2. This is from case 2. This is from case 2. In this they are saying, a man is standing on the road and it holds his umbrella 30 degree with the vertical to keep the rain away. That means that this is the direction of rain. This is 30 degree, this is velocity of rain, right, with the vertical. He throws the umbrella and starts running at 10 km per hour, at 10 km per hour, and then he finds that raindrops are hitting his head vertically. So this is the velocity of rain with respect to man, and this is the velocity of man with respect to ground. Got it? Clear? Done? Clear now? Now this one will be VR sine 30 degree, and that will make VR sine 30 degree is equals to 10 km per hour, because if this velocity gets cancelled out by this velocity, only there will be one component which will be remaining, and because of that the rain will appear to fall vertically on the person, right? So this is going to be VR is equals to 20 km per hour. All right, done? Clear? 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 Done? In NEET 2025, by the way, at least 20 to 25 questions were not very difficult, were of moderate difficulty level, at least 20 to 25. In the next class, I will solve each and every problem from 2025 from class 11th part 1, and we are going to grade the level of questions. Okay, we are going to grade the level of questions. So hold on. Again and again I am saying, please understand the motive of the class. Chalo. Now let's look at this case. Although you guys might have also seen this, that in NEET, previous few NEET years, they have not asked questions from river man or rain man problems, right? But let's not skip it. Let's quickly cover it. The separation between these two, I mean to say the width of this river is, let's say, D, right? And let me draw a y-axis. Let's say this is x-axis, and let's say this is velocity of swimmer. What we are saying, river man, na? So this is velocity of man with respect to river, making an angle theta from the vertical line, right? From the vertical line, and this is the velocity of river. This is the velocity of river. Got it? Done? Now if we want to find out the velocity of man with respect to river, we are going to simply write it like this, or we can write velocity of man is equals to velocity of man with respect to river plus velocity of river. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly write down the vector form of this VMR. This one will be VMR sine theta. This one will be VMR cos theta. VMR cos theta. And this one is going to be VMR sine theta. Right? So now we are going to get, दोस्तों, VMR cos theta j cap plus VR minus VMR sin theta I cap, right? That's it. This velocity is responsible. This velocity is responsible to cross the river, and this velocity is responsible for drift. What do you mean by drift? I'll explain it to you. If you are going to ask the person, if you are going to ask the swimmer, in which direction do you think you are swimming? So the person will say that according to me, I am actually swimming in this direction, right? Whereas in reality, we know that in reality, the person or the swimmer will actually swim with this velocity with respect to ground. Right? Got it? So now everything is easy. All you need to do is you need to simply write down time taken to cross the river is distance d divided by the velocity in y direction, that is VMR cos theta, and for minimum time cos theta will be maximum, right? Cos theta will be maximum. That means theta will be 0 degree, and that will be T minimum will be d divided by VMR. Okay, clear, right? Done. Along with this, Farzana, you need to solve some questions also, right? You're from I believe you're from Power Batch, right? Or Yaqeen, from wherever you are. We have solved many questions based on these concepts, many good level of problems based on this concept. In next class, again and again, I am saying we are going to definitely solve it. Our today's class motive is first to solve the concepts, first to revise all the concepts, right? Then we'll see how questions can be framed. Got it? Chalo. So time is done. Now, if you are going to talk about drift will be in the same time. Let's multiply it with VR minus VMR sin theta multiplied by T, and T is d upon VMR cos theta. Now, if you want to have a minimum drift case, please see, minimum drift will be equals to 0, right? Minimum drift will be 0. That means the person starts from this point and person ends his swimming at this particular point. That means drift is 0. Now drift is made up of is a product of two things. First this term and second this term. This is time. So this can't be 0. This can't be 0 because this is time. That means that this will be minimum at VR, or I should write when VR is equals to VMR sin theta, or sin theta is equals to VR upon VMR. Alright, VR divided by VMR, and it is only possible when VR is less than VMR. Else no such angle will be possible, because if sine theta is greater than 1, then that means that theta is not real. I mean to say that theta is not possible, right? Clear? So my dear friends, here we have completed our kinematics portion. I have given you a revision of each. 90% of the topics are being covered. I have given you small formula, small tricks through which you can save your lots of time. We have discussed all the cases of rain man. We have discussed cases for river man. We have discussed simple problems for today. Revise these things. Same thing I am going to do for NLM also. Right? Got it? Chalo, now without any delay, let's start Newton laws of motion. दोस्तों, in Newton laws of motion, the first law is very simple. It is basically law of inertia. It says that any body will remain at state of rest or in motion until and unless an unbalanced external force acts on it. Right? This is basically law of inertia. Nothing much important about it, nothing much difficult about it. Inertia is basically property of mass. The larger the mass of a body, larger will be the inertia. That means it is difficult for us to stop a heavier body from motion. Similarly, it is difficult for us to make a body change its states from rest into motion, right? As well as we have got inertia of motion, inertia of rest, inertia of direction. 3 types of inertia we have got over here. So all of these things are pretty easy. We are going to straight away start from Newton's second law. This is from where questions starts to come. Newton's second law says that the net force is actually equals to rate of change in linear momentum. Rate of change in linear momentum. And we know that momentum can be actually written as mass times velocity. Mass times velocity. Now we are going to talk about all the cases from this small statement. The general statement is, the general case is when you are going to differentiate using product rule, that means F equals to m times dv by dt plus v times dm by dt. Right? Generally speaking, if m is constant, that means net force will be m times dv by dt, that is m into a. Or if let's suppose we are going to talk about the cases for rocket propulsion. When we are going to talk about cases for rocket propulsion, we are going to say that V F net will be V times dm by dt. Alright, clear? Right? So these are all of those cases in which we have got things like this. Let's suppose that you have got a block and a stream of water is coming over here, and they have given dm by dt, the rate at which water is ejecting out of a pipe, and it is coming with some constant velocity v. So you can find out the force. Force will be velocity with which the water is hitting this block times dm by dt, and if we know the mass of this block, we can find out the acceleration after finding out the force. Are you getting it what I'm trying to say? Be quick, write down in the chat box. Clear? Right? Next is, my dear friend, tension. Right? Before talking about theory, if you guys want, we'll for Newton laws of motion, I have got many illustrations, right? Many illustrations. We are going to talk about those, but always remember that tension always acts along the string. It always acts along a string in such a direction that it tries to reduce the length of the string. It tries to reduce the length of the string. These are some of the very basic concepts. I'll take 2 minutes and I'll explain it to you. Let's suppose that you have got a block connected through a rope like this. Okay. Let's suppose this is some 10 kg block. At this particular point, force will act upward. At this particular point, force will act downward. If you're going to talk about free body diagram, this is going to be 100 Newton, this is going to be T, this is going to be T. Using this basic concept, let's try to find out this question. See, quick. Okay, got it? If you are going to talk about this problem, at this particular point, T2 is equals to 60 Newton. T2 is equals to 60 Newton. You can also use Lami's theorem if you want, or what you can do is, this is T1, so this is going to be T1 sine theta, this one is going to be T2 cos theta. So this one is T2 cos theta, this one is T1 sine theta. So T1 sine theta will be equals to 50. T1 sine theta will be equals to 50 and T2 cos theta will be equals to 60. And actually we have already used T2, so I'll use T3 over here. Oh sorry, that is actually T1 only. So T1 cos 60, T1 cos theta is actually equals to 60. You take the that gives tan theta is equals to 5/6, right? So 5/6, that means answer C is correct. Or as I've told you, you can use Lami's theorem also, right? Let's talk about, we are going to talk about many questions of tension from step by step, right? So again, you have to pay some attention. We are going to move step by step. Like let's take this as an example. Find the tension between 1 kg block and 2 kg block and 2 kg block and 4 kg block, right? First of all, these types of questions comes under motion of bodies in contact. Motion of bodies in contact. Motion of bodies in contact. They are in contact through a string, through a rope, right? So first of all, total force is 14 Newton and total mass is m, let's say m times acceleration. So acceleration will be 14 divided by, this is 6 and this is 7, that means 2 meter per second square. Now let's quickly draw the free body diagram. Everybody is getting everything till here, right? The first thing in motion of bodies in contact is find out the common acceleration. This thing is known as common acceleration, right? Now when they are talking about 1 kg and 2 kg block, let's talk about 1 kg block. I'll also give you one hint. Wherever you are going to see contact point, now this is one contact point, this is contact point, this is contact point, and this is contact point. Tension is always away from the contact point. Tension is always away from the contact point. That means tension will be away from the contact point like this. Tension will be away from the contact point. Tension will be away from the contact point, and tension will be away from the contact point. That means if you are going to talk about 4 kg block, if I'm going to draw free body diagram of a 4 kg block, there is only one force which is acting on it, and that is tension, and let's call this tension as T2. And because of this, it must have acceleration of 2. That makes T2 is equals to mass into A, that is, mass into A, that is 8 Newton. And similarly, let's say this is T1. So for 1 kg, let me draw it for 1 kg. You have got one force acting in this direction, which is 14 Newton. you have got one force acting in this direction, which is T1, and it is moving in this direction with an acceleration of 2. Because it is moving in this direction with an acceleration of 2, that makes 14 Newton greater force. So that means 14 Newton minus T1 is equals to 1 into 2. That means T1 will be equals to 14 minus 2, which is 12 Newton. Clear? Got it, my dear friends? So that means 12 Newton, 1 kg and 2 kg is 12 Newton and 8 Newton. Be quick. Done? Can we move on? What about this one? Body is hanging vertically. Body is hanging vertically. Find out the value of tension T1, T2, T3. देखो, if you are going to ask me, I'll simply tell you one trick. Very simple logic. Logic is that if you are going to talk about T3 na, if you are going to talk about this rope, what are the total forces in downward direction? M1G, M2G, M3G. So that's it. M1 plus M2 plus M3 into G. What is T2? T2 is simply M1 plus M2 into G. What is T1? T1 is simply M1 into G. Now if you want to talk about free body diagram, using free body diagram also you will get to the same result, right? Free body, if you will talk about any free body diagram, for example, definitely this is M1G. So T1 is M1G. So at this particular point, T1 is acting downward, M2G is acting downward, so M2G and T1, and at this point T2 is acting in this direction. So that means T2 is equals to M1G plus T1. So M2G plus T1, and T1 is M1G. So this is how T2 comes out, and similarly you can find out T3 as well. Clear? Let's change this question by a bit. Let's say that the entire system is moving upwards with an acceleration of A. Find out the value of T1, T2, T3. If entire system is moving upwards with an acceleration of A, be quick. What will happen now? First of all, if I'm going to talk about only M3, or I'm going to talk about entire mass, that is M1 plus M2 plus M3, then we have got downward force, that is M1 plus M2 plus M3 G, and then you have got an upward force, that is F, and F is equals to actually T3, and they are moving with an acceleration of A in upward direction. That makes T3 equals T3 minus M1 plus M2 plus M3 G is equals to the total mass, that is M1 plus M2 plus M3 into A. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. That means T3 will be M1 plus M2 plus M3 times G plus A, times G plus A. Come on. Clear? Done? Sorted? Be quick. Now you can again break down it to simpler parts. You can find out the value of T1. If you want to find out the value of T1, simply write M1. Downward force is M1G. Upward force is T1, right? So we are going to write T1, and it is moving up with an acceleration of A. So T1 minus M1G is equals to M1 into A. That means T1 will be equals to M1 times G plus A. Please see. This is T1. Got it? Done? if you are going to talk about M2, if you are going to talk about M2, on M2 you have got one force T2 acting over here, one force downward, that is T1 and M2G. So again, my dear friends, this one will be T2 minus T1 minus M2G is equals to M2 into A. So T2 will be, T1 is actually M1G plus A, right? So this one will be M1G plus A and this one will be M2G plus A. Come on, quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear. This one will become M1 plus M2G plus A. Are you getting it? How we are going to get to T3 now? So I've directly written T3 equals to M1 plus M2 plus M3 into G plus A. Got it? Clear? Done. All right. So this is for your practice. You can do this in homework. Hopefully everything is clear, right? You guys can do it now. Hopefully, no doubt. You're going to simply assume one single block M1 plus M2 plus M3, or you can do it separately also. This whole thing is going down. Also, there is a downward force and there is an upward force. So, downward force is M1 plus M2 plus M3 multiplied by G. The downward acceleration is A and upward force is T3. So, it would be M1 plus M2 plus M3 multiplied by G minus T3 is equals to M1 plus M2 plus M3 multiplied by A. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. Clear? Done? And then you can find out T2 and T1, that is in your homework. Solve it in your homework. Chalo. Find out the tension. Find out the tension. Find out the tension for this particular problem. Yes, I will see it. Newton, 20 into 10 into sine 30, that is 1 by 2. This is 100 Newton, right? So net acceleration will be net force. So net force is, my dear friends, 100 minus 50 divided by total mass, that is 25. So it's going to be 50 by 25, that is 2 meter per second square. 2 meter per second square, that means it's going up with an acceleration of 2. And there is a tension acting over here. That means tension T minus 50 is equals to 5 into 2. That means tension will be 60 Newton. Tension is going to be 60 Newton. Is there any doubt? Dosto, be quick. There is no friction, nothing. Is there any doubt? Clear? My dear friends, this is an English channel, that's why I am speaking in English. Okay, it's not that It's nothing else, but it's an English channel. Clear? Chalo, let's move. Now let's talk about tension in a rod. Dekho, if this session was planned for only practice, then I would not have included topics like this. Okay? Clear? So this is for primarily objective of this session is to give you a quick revision of important topics plus some questions. But those questions are not to challenge you as per, right? These are only for our practice, and then in next session we will definitely do some challenging questions. Let's suppose we have got a rod. It has got some mass, it has got some length. Let's say it has got mass m, it has got length L, and a net force of F is acting on it. Net force F is acting on it, and we want to obtain an equation for tension. We want to obtain an equation for tension. Got it? So what we are going to do is, let's select a portion of this rod. Let's select a portion of this rod. Let's suppose something like this. Let's say this is the X portion, and the mass of this rod will be, total mass is m, total length is L, so m times L multiplied by x, m divided by L multiplied by x, right? And let's say tension acting on this part is T. As we know, the entire rod is moving with an acceleration of a, and that we can write it as F divided by m. That we can write down as F divided by m. So this portion will also move with the same acceleration. So we are going to write force F minus tension T equals to m dash multiplied by acceleration. That is F minus T, m dash is m by L multiplied by x, and acceleration is F by m. F by m, so m gets cancelled out, so tension comes out to be F minus xf by L, or F1 minus x by L. Is it clear? So please remember this formula from now. Please remember this formula from now. It is also important. Done? Clear? All right. Hi Azan. Clear? Let's move. If you guys only question, let's do this. See, I mean, right now I have not explained spring to you. If you guys want to do it, let's start only questions. Be quick. Find the extension in both the strings. Find the extension in both the strings. Be quick. Obviously, when they talk about extension, they mean to say find the extension in both the strings at steady state. At steady state. At steady state. Quick. Be quick. This is 20 Newton, right? At steady state, let's suppose the extension in this spring is x1, and let's suppose extension in this spring is x2, right? This is going to be 10 Newton. All right. If you're going to ask me, what is going to be the net force at this point? the net force at this point is going to be 1 kg and 2 kg, that is total 30 Newton, right? Total 30 Newton. That means 30 Newton is equals to K into x2. So x2 will be 0.3 meter because everything is in SI unit, or I can write 30 centimeter, right? Similarly for this one, it would be 20 Newton is equals to 100 into x1, or x1 will be 20 centimeter. Clear, my dear friends? Sorted? So 30 and 20. Very good. Now let's move to some next problems. You're going to also get quotients of impulse from Newton laws of motion also, and from center of mass also, right? Impulse is a large force which is applied on a body for a short interval of time. We write down impulse something like this: f dot dt, right? F dot dt, or we can also write it down as change in linear momentum. We can also write it down as change in linear momentum. Because change in linear momentum is very, very important for us, and always remember, especially in those cases, I'll explain it to you. When a ball strikes the wall, something like this, right? In this case, and in another, when you have got a ball which is falling and it strikes the ground and it jumps back, right? Especially in this case, if let's suppose here we have got a completely elastic collision. That is why I am saying that we are going to discuss about impulse in the chapter of center of mass also. I usually teach collision in center of mass. So in this particular thing, let's suppose the velocity is v. So this is negative, this is positive. So change in momentum will be mv minus of minus mv. So that means it's going to be 2 times of mv. Please remember it. Similarly, at this point also, when the body is going to strike at this particular point, the impulse that will be imparted will be along this axis. And let's say this angle is theta. This angle is theta. Alright. So we have got 2 components of this velocity. And again, let's suppose there is an elastic collision. So let's say ki if this is theta, then this is theta, this is v. So this is v cos theta, this is v sin theta. So v sin theta will remain unchanged, and after striking the ball, this will be v cos theta and this will be v sin theta. So again, please note that this does not change, and direction is changed because we are assuming elastic collision. So again, change in momentum will be 2 mv cos theta. Is it clear? Be quick, write down in the chat box. In collision, we can talk about, let's suppose it is not elastic. They have given coefficient of restitution over here. So in that case, we are going to again find out the final velocity after every collision, right? That we are going to do in collision. Sorted? Everything is clear? Can we move ahead? All right. Two more important notes. The slope of momentum time graph gives force. Of course, it will, because force is nothing but dp by dt. Force is nothing but dp by dt, right? And area under the force time graph represents impulse. As we know that area basically means integration and f dot dt, and this is nothing but impulse or change in linear momentum, right? Area is impulse or change in linear momentum. So over here area is positive, that means change in momentum is also positive. Area is negative, that means change in linear momentum is negative. Quickly, be quick in the chat box. Chalo, I'm taking 2 minutes to talk with you guys. Everything is going good till here? Clear? Be quick. Now, one more important point is that pseudo force is about pseudo force. We are going to use the concept of pseudo force wherever we are going to talk about non-inertial frame, right? There are two inertial frames. One is called as, there are two frames, frame of reference. One is called as inertial frame. Wherever acceleration of any reference frame is 0, we are going to call it as inertial frame. And in those cases, we can easily use Newton's laws of motion. Whereas when the frame of reference itself starts to accelerate, where the frame of reference itself starts to accelerate, in those cases we cannot directly use Newton's laws of motion. And for that case, for those cases, we have come up with again a type of a modification, right? So that we can use Newton's laws of motion. Got it? Again, in Hindi we say that it's like a jugaad, right? It's like a modification. That modification is called as pseudo force. So as the name suggests, pseudo force in reality does not exist. It is only for our convenience so that we can use Newton's laws of motion. I am explaining you this because this is very important for you to note that whenever we are going to, in today's class, whenever we are going to talk about circular motion, vertical circular motion, circular turnings on banked roads, right? All of those cases, wherever we talk about free body diagram of a particular body moving in circular motion, we always draw centrifugal force. Got it? So it is very important. Got it? Clear? Right? So let's suppose that if we have got a, first of all, how to draw centrifugal force, right? Let's suppose we have got a vehicle, a cart, which is moving with an acceleration of A. On this body, we are going to draw a pseudo force in such a way that its direction will be opposite to the acceleration of the frame, and that force will be written as mass of this body multiplied by acceleration, m into a. And we have got ma like this, we have got tension over here, and we have got tension over here, and we have got mg like this. All right. So because of this, what's going to happen is, I'm going to actually draw a new diagram. This is the wall of the moving cart. This string will actually move something like this. So you have got pseudo force ma over here, you have got mg over here, and you have got tension T over here. One last time, my dear friends, whenever you are going to see a free body diagram like this, where we have drawn a pseudo force, that means we are drawing the free body diagram with respect to the body. This is the most important thing, right? This is the most important thing, that whenever we are going to draw a pseudo force, for example, as if a body is moving in a circular motion, if a body is moving in a circular motion, let's say this is string and here we have got a body and it is moving in a circular motion. This is the linear velocity. If you are going to see a diagram which is something like this, in which they have written mv square by r and over here as tension, and they say that tension is actually equals to mv square by r in this specific case, this means that we are drawing this as a pseudo force, centrifugal force, or the main point is that we are drawing the free body diagram with respect to the body. Got it? Clear? Right? Quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear and we can move on. Be quick and solve this particular question. Solve this particular problem. What horizontal acceleration should be provided to the wedge so that the block of mass m kept on wedge remains at rest with respect to the wedge? Remains at rest with respect to the wedge. Quickly do it. What acceleration we should give? Let's say acceleration is a, such that this block does not falls from this position. This block does not falls from this position. Here we have got mg, right? With respect to the block, we are going to draw a pseudo diagram, a pseudo force, sorry. Let's say this is MA. This is MA, right? Got it? What I can do is, my dear friends, I can draw the component of this MA over here. And you guys can also see that if this angle is theta, then this angle will also be theta. So this will be MA cos theta. And if the block starts to slide, that means it will slide because of this force. Because of this force, which is mg sin theta. Which is mg sin theta. Clear? That means that MA cos theta must be equals to mg sin theta. M can get cancelled out and acceleration will be g tan theta. Acceleration will be g into tan theta. Quick. Done? Clear? Alright. Any more doubt? Can we move on? Acha, let's do this problem. Find out the velocity of B. Find out the velocity of block B. Let's do this question, dosto. Find out the velocity of block B. Find out the velocity of block B. This will be done using the concept of constraint motion. The concept of constraint motion is very simple. I'll explain it to you. The concept says that let's suppose that you have got a pulley like this. Okay? Acha, by the way, let me know in the chat box if you guys want me to explain you the concept of pulley. Let's say this is the pulley. We have got a pulley like this, right? And we have got two blocks over here. And we are saying that let's suppose this is M1, this is M2, and this block is moving up with velocity v. That means that this block is going down with velocity v. This is normal constraint. Constraint basically means that the motion of one is related with the motion of other, right? Or another example, a very simple. Let's suppose that we have got a block over here, M1, you have got a pulley and M2, same thing. Let's suppose M2 is going down with velocity v. That means this block is going with velocity v also. Now let's use the same concept, let's try to use the same concept over here. If block A has velocity 8 meter per second, that means that this rope must have a velocity of 8 meter per second like this, which means that VB cos 37 should be equals to 8, which is VB is equals to 8 divided by cos 37 is I believe 4 by 5. So this is 2. So this is going to be 10 meter per second. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Answer C is correct for this one. Clear? Right? Got it? Be quick. Similarly, answer this one. Quick. Solve this one. Find out the velocity of block B. Find out the velocity of block B. Block A has velocity of 10 meter per second in this direction, right? First thing we are going to do is, we are going to find out the component of this 10 along the rope. If this is 53 degree, then this is also 53 degree. That means this is 10 cos 53 degree, which is 10 times 3 by 5. So this is 2, that is 6 meter per second. That means this is going to be 6, that means this has to be 6 meter per second. Let's suppose that block B is moving with VB velocity. That makes VB cos 37 equals to 6 meter per second. That means VB is equals to 6 divided by cos 37 is 4 by 5. So this is going to be 3 and this is going to be 2, that means 15 by 2 meter per second. Is it clear? Done? Constraint motion is done. Do you have any doubt in pulley block problem, in any pulley block problem, to let me know? Be quick. Do you guys have any problem in weighing machine? Next case of constraint motion, correct? Next case of constraint motion is when we have got a moving pulley. In the case for moving pulley, velocity of pulley can be written as velocity of A plus velocity of B. We need to put these with sign, divided by 2. Divided by 2. And this is actually, this comes from the same logic of these previous constraint motion, that velocity of A with respect to pulley is equals to negative times of velocity of B with respect to pulley. This is the logic behind this formula. Although we can come up with one more way, but derivation is not that important. Formulas are important, and more than formula, application part is very, very important, right? So this is velocity of A minus velocity of P is equals to negative times of velocity of B minus velocity of P. So again you will get to the same result, right? And then using this formula is most simple thing. So please remember this and use this over here. Find out the velocity of the block A. Be quick. Find out the velocity of block A. Quick. Be really quick. Let me know. Find the answer. Velocity of pulley is equals to VA plus VB divided by 2. As B is joined at this particular point, this will be 0 and VA will be 2 times of VP and VP is 10. That makes our answer as 20 meter per second. Sorted? Clear? Done? Be quick. Can I give you one more question like this? Is there any trouble kya? Options are not correct kya? Options are, I think, options are of previous question only, है ना? Options are not correct, दोस्तों. Don't worry. Options are not correct. No worries. I think there is no problem in solution part, right? Options are not correct. Clear? By chat, please see this one. In this one, options are absolutely right. Be quick. Solve this question. VP is given, VA is given, you have to find out VB. Quick. VP is given, VA is given, you have to find out VB. 10 equals to, this is minus 5 plus VB, obviously you need to put sign, divided by 2. So minus 5 plus VB is equals to 20. That means VB is equals to 25 meter per second. Right? So, acha, 25 meter per second is upward. 25 meter per second is upward because it is coming up with a positive sign. Clear? All right. Done? Be quick. Can we move on to the friction part? Be quick. Can we move on to friction? After friction, I'll give you, after friction we'll first complete small portion of circular motion, then I'll give you one break. Right? Chalo. Dosto, in friction, let's straight come to the concept of friction forces on two blocks. Friction forces on two blocks. Using this problem, I'll also explain you the basic concepts of friction. Dekho, friction is a force which tries to reduce or resist, the tendency of relative motion. Right? It tries to resist the tendency of relative motion. Now, we'll use the concept of relative motion also over here. Let's think about these two surfaces. Let's suppose all the surfaces are rough. So first let's talk about block B. On block B is moving in forward direction. That means on block B, friction force will act in backward direction. This is friction force between block B and ground. And on ground, this friction force will act in forward direction. This is between block B and ground. With respect to block B, block A is actually moving in backward direction. Hopefully you guys are understanding what I am trying to say, right? With respect to block B, block A is actually moving in backward direction. I will give you break after friction. I will give you break after friction. Don't worry. Okay? With respect to block B, block A is actually moving in backward direction, not in forward direction. We can understand that using our concept of relative motion. If you are going to stop this block 20 meter per second, 20 meter per second, that means this block is actually moving with 10 meter per second in backward direction. Got it? So that means if block A is moving in this direction, on block A, friction force will act in forward direction. On block A, friction force will act in forward direction. And because of this, on block B, friction force will act in backward direction. Alright, so these are the two diagrams for friction, right? Similarly, my dear friends, please remember one more important concept which usually students ignore, okay? Which usually students ignore, and that is angle of repose. Before talking about angle of repose, there is also one more important point. The resultant of friction and normal reaction is known as contact force. This is known as contact force. This is known as contact force. This is the resultant of friction and normal reaction. This is why you might have read the definition of normal reaction as one of the component of contact force. Got it? So normal reaction can be defined like this, that it is one of the component of contact force. So if I want to write down the contact force, I'll write it down something like this: under root of n square plus f square. So the maximum value of Fc is n square plus maximum value of friction, my dear friends, that is limiting value of friction, which is mu square times n square, and minimum value of Fc will be when friction is not acting, है ना? When friction is not acting. So when friction is not acting, that means it can be simply normal reaction. Angle of repose is angle between the normal reaction and contact force. This is called as angle of repose. Clear? My dear friends, is it all sorted? This is known as angle of repose, is known as angle between normal reaction and contact force. Right? Done? Be quick. Let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. Sorted? Done? All right. This is also done. Now, when we are going to talk about circular motion. Na? In circular motion, please remember that you have got kinematics of circular motion, you have got dynamics part of circular motion, and then you have got work power energy part of circular motion also, in which we talk about vertical circular motion. So let's cover circular motion, right? Let's cover circular motion and let's move ahead. As you guys know, that circular motion can be also defined as in uniform circular motion and as a non-uniform circular motion or accelerated circular motion. Let's suppose we have got a particle which has got velocity v, and let's suppose after some time it covers some angle theta, and right now I am not changing this velocity, or I mean we can, this is angle theta, right? So the kinematics portion is very easy. The rate at which this angle is changed is known as angular velocity or omega, and it is written as d theta by dt. Again, omega can be also average or it can be instantaneous, right? So if you are going to talk about instantaneous, you are going to write it as something like this, or average will be written as del theta by del t. If del t is again infinitely small, the entire kinematics is same. So I am not going to again repeat the kinematics portion in detail. We are going to quickly move to dynamics, but let me just give you some basic things. दोस्तों, there is a relation between v and omega, that is v can be written as r omega, है ना? We can easily derive it, but again everybody knows the derivation for v equals to r omega. Similarly, acceleration can be written as r into alpha, where this is known as linear velocity, this is known as linear acceleration, and this is known as angular velocity, and this is known as angular acceleration. This is known as angular acceleration, right? Now note one thing. When we are going to talk about acceleration in circular motion, pay attention. Huh? If you guys have a slightest of doubt in circular motion, pay attention. It will get cleared in next 10 minutes. The net acceleration of a body moving in circular motion is written by the vector sum of centripetal acceleration and tangential acceleration, with the vector sum of these two. This is also known as radial acceleration or centripetal acceleration. Centripetal or radial acceleration. Please note, pay attention, this is again very important, right? If a body is moving in circular motion, AC can't be 0, right? For a body in circular motion, centripetal acceleration can't be 0, because this is what changes the direction of the body. This centripetal acceleration changes the direction of the body. This is known as tangential acceleration. It changes the speed of the body. It changes the speed of the body. Speed of the body. Right? AC is equals to v square by r or omega square into r. At is equals to dv by dt. dv by dt. Again, if I am going to substitute instead of v r omega, it will be r into alpha. So that r alpha was actually, this is the linear acceleration that we were talking about. Got it? Right? And this is the angular acceleration. Now in a circular motion, please now observe, on any particle, the centripetal acceleration always acts towards the center. That means centripetal force will also always act towards the center. Something like this. This is with respect to the ground frame. Because when you are going to talk about, this is how AC looks like. Acha, tell me whether in a uniform circular motion, I have got one question for you in the chat box. For a uniform circular motion, tell me whether AC vector changes or not. Tell me whether AC vector changes or not. Write down in the chat box. For a uniform circular motion, tell me whether AC vector changes or not. Be quick. In UCM, AT will be 0. There is no change in speed. In UCM, AC is equals to 0. Be quick. Let me know. In UCM, whether AC vector changes or not. This is my question. In UCM, whether the AC vector changes or not. Be quick. That means it is constant. Avantika, you are saying that it is constant. That means it does not change. According to you guys, it does not change. देखो अभी specifically I was asking this question to you. It changes, na? It is a vector quantity. Its direction is changing. Its direction is changing. First it was acting in this direction, then it is 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 acting in this direction. Although it is acting always towards the center, but we don't measure the direction. We don't understand the direction in this way in vectors, do we? Right? So it does changes. It changes, right? Because it is a vector quantity. First it was acting along this direction, then this direction, in this direction, in this direction, right? So in UCM, speed does not change. Speed does not change. Because of that, AC's magnitude does not change. AC is V square by R. That is why I am saying that. But what can I do? What can I do? I don't have the control to block the chat. Okay? You guys can study. Centripetal acceleration is V square by R. V is the speed at that point, right? Whenever we are trying to find out centripetal acceleration. Got it? So, if V is not changing, that means AC's magnitude is not changing. But that doesn't mean that AC vector is not changing. Yeah, AC vector is changing all the time. Correct? Right? Similarly, AT can be, definitely it can be 0. AT can be 0, but again AT vector can't be constant. It is going to be changing. It is going to be changing, my dear friends. Chalo, let me explain one more diagram to you. It is something like this. See, V, by the way, there is a short trick formula of V, omega and R. V can be written as omega cross R. Omega cross R. This is a shortcut formula, not correct one. Okay? Omega and alpha are known as axial vectors. These are known as, doston, these are known as axial vectors. These are known as axial vectors, right? Now let's suppose omega is not changing. So that means alpha is not changing, right? So if omega is constant, alpha is 0. If alpha is 0, then AT is also 0. These are the cases for UCM. These are the cases for UCM. But let's suppose we don't have UCM, we have got non-uniform circular motion. In that case also, my dear friends, let's suppose tangential acceleration acts in this direction and it is constant in magnitude. But that doesn't make tangential acceleration vector as a constant, right? Got it? For example, as at this particular point it will be in this direction, at this particular point it will be in this direction, at this particular point it will be in this direction, right? At this particular point it will be in this direction. Got it? So tangential vector is always changing. Vector is always changing, mind you, right? Chalo. So quickly write down in the chat box. Be quick. Any doubt? Done? Chalo, now let me explain you circular turnings. Let me explain you circular turnings, right? Okay. Doston, in circular turnings, friends, we have got three types of cases, right? We have got three types of cases. The first case is when we have got only friction, by friction only. By friction only. By friction only. That means, let's suppose this is a circular turning of a road and this is a top view of a car making a turn. You're seeing a top view of a car, right? I mean the view that you usually see from a Google map or something like that, right? And it is making a turn, and a turn of radius r, a turn of radius r. Now please note one thing. I am drawing the free body diagram with respect to the car. I am drawing free body diagram with respect to the car. So therefore I am going to draw centrifugal force like this outwards to the circle, sorry, in the opposite direction to the center of the circle, right? Its linear velocity is in this direction at this point. Its normal reaction will be like this. I cannot draw it. Hopefully you can understand it. I cannot draw it. Normal reaction will be like this. It has a tendency to slip outward to the circle. It has a tendency to slip outward of the circle, right? That means friction will always resist this tendency. So friction force will act in this direction. Friction force will act in this direction. Got it? So if friction force will act in this direction, my dear friends, what could be the maximum velocity by which a car can make a turn? So a car can make a turn mv square by rg. The maximum velocity will be when this is balanced by maximum friction force, and that is limiting value of friction force. And we all know limiting value of friction force is mu into mg. M can be cancelled out, and please remember this formula that maximum velocity can be under root mu rg for a road which has only friction and no banking. Remember the formula. Remember the formula. A car can have a maximum speed of under root mu rg when there is no banking, only friction, to resist slipping. Got it? Radius is r, coefficient of friction is mu, acceleration due to gravity is g. Done? Now let's suppose we in the second case we have got banking plus friction. First I'll explain you only banking. First I will explain you only banking. We have got banking, right? Banking, you guys might be knowing it. What do you mean by banking? Let's suppose this is a road. It is banked at an angle of theta. Now this time, my dear friends, this is a front view of the car. This is a front view of the car. All right. This is mg. Somewhere over here we have got the center of the circle, right? So outward to the center of the circle, I am going to draw mv square by r. That is centrifugal force. Why? Because please remember, always I am talking about free body diagram with respect to the body, right? With respect to the body, not with respect to the ground. This is what I was talking about in pseudo force. This is very important. Done. Next is, if this is mg, this is going to be mg sine theta. This is going to be mg sine theta. The problem with a banked road is, there are two problems. We want our car to be on the road. So the two problems can be, a car can either fall into the road, or a car can fall outside of the road, right? Out of the road. So these are the two problems. If the velocity of a car is more than a permissible velocity, then it will fall out of the road. If it is less than a permissible velocity, then it will fall into the road. Got it? So we want to have the range, and then we want to have the formula. I'm not going to derive the entire thing. I'm just explaining you so that you can remember it. Got it? Then I'll explain you the formula. This is mg sine theta. If this is mv square by r, the component of this mv square by r, one component will be over here. Let's say this is theta. So this is going to be mv square by r cos theta. Do you remember just now what I have said? We have got two problems. We want our car not to fall into the road or out of the road, right? So for that, let's suppose if this mg sine theta, is equals to mv square by r cos theta. If this is the case, then we have got no requirement of friction. In this case, no friction is required. No friction is required. In this case, no friction is required. Got it? Right? And that will be when V is actually equals to under root Rg tan theta. So remember this formula. This is very, very, very important. You don't have to do anything. Dekho, abhi till now I have not derived a single thing. This is not a derivation. You cannot call this as a derivation. I have simply said that even if, let's suppose, we have got friction on this banked road, I do not require friction right now. I do not require friction right now because my velocity is, the velocity of car is such that mg sin theta is getting balanced by mv square by r cos theta. So if a car is going to move with this velocity, friction is not required. But if V is less than this value, then this force will become less. This force will become more. In that case, car can fall into the road. So to prevent that, friction will act in upward direction. To prevent that, friction will act in upward direction. Again, let's suppose if velocity is greater than under root rg tan theta, right? So if it is greater than under root rg tan theta, then this force will be more. This force will be less. In that case, it has got a tendency to fall out of the road. To prevent that, friction will act inwards. And the maximum and minimum values are this. So you need to remember this. Although we can derive it, but fine, derivations are more important for school purposes, although it is important for us also, but right now I am not going to take your time using deriving it. We have derived it 50%. We can derive it after this also, but remember this formula. This is going to be the minimum velocity. This is going to be the maximum velocity. And if the car moves with this velocity, then no friction is required. Is it clear? Sorted? Be quick. All right. Let me know. Everything's clear till banking of road? दोस्तों, till banking of road everything is sorted? All right, I'll do one thing. Dekho, let me tell you something. I think tomorrow you have got your chemistry class. I know. Tomorrow you have got your chemistry class. The next class that I was planning to again have of concepts, of important concepts, I'll convert it into questions. Fine? Clear? I'll convert it into questions. Next class, because mostly you guys only want question, my next physics class will be only about question. Although I have told you that we were about to complete the part 211th of physics, again by completing the important topics, but I'll convert it into questions. Okay? So next class will be on questions only. Or I'll do one thing, I'll increase the question number. All right, done. ठीक है, clear? Done. Acha, with this, let me also give you one more information. Tomorrow you have got chemistry class, and then day after tomorrow again ma'am will take her class. Ambika ma'am will have her bio class, right? So I think day after tomorrow we'll have our 500 question practice class, if I'm not wrong. Okay? You're going to get all the informations over here. In the next class, I'll keep the question practice only. Okay? I'll keep the question practice only, and I'll include these chapters again. Done? Sorted? Clear? So instead of we have till now we have completed work, power, energy. Sorry, we have completed till here. This is also completed till revision. Plus from this we have completed dynamics part of circular motion. The motive of today's class was this: most important topics and some questions. But you guys want more questions, so in the next class we'll have 90% of questions. We'll twist it, and more we'll shorten the theoretical portion. Got it? I'll do that in the next class. Clear? All right. So the remaining 3 chapters we'll do it in next class then. All right. Done. For that you will have to revise each and everything, because if we are going to do the practice of quotients, then you must remember all the formulas, you must remember all the concepts, because when we are going to solve quotients that you will see in the next class, we'll be a little fast. Okay, we are going to be a little fast. Okay, done, clear. Okay, so please remember, now I'm ending the session because you guys want to have practice. In the next class we'll continue from work, power, energy quotients. We'll continue from units and dimension, but from units and dimension till Newton laws of motion, no theory, only quotients. After I'll explain some work energy theorem here and there and maximum quotients, right? Clear? Got it? So each and every class for this week is already scheduled on the channel, so please keep the notification on for physics also, right? And then we'll continue from next. That is, I think my class will be on, if I'm not wrong, will be on Friday. No, sorry, my next marathon class will be on Sunday. Okay? My next marathon class will be on Sunday. Okay? Okay? Clear? Done? All right. Okay. All right then. See you in my next class. Okay? Okay. Bye bye. Bye 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 dosto. Bye bye. We will get the notes in the description box. Okay? Bye.